Live tonight on the Architects of Humanity. Maxed out. Good to see everyone. Mr. Sidewinder, what's up, brother? Mr. Rex, great topic. Good to see you, man. Yeah. Can we travel through time? Really makes you wonder when we think about all the things that we've experienced just in the short amount of time, no pun intended, that we've been here on what would be considered planet Earth. Who knows? I mean, this is why I say everyone is an agnostic, whether they know it or not, because we really don't know where we're going or where we came from. We might be able to look into see how we were created through genetics and logical deduction. Remember, the not knowing is just as important if we don't know. We know for sure that we know that it wasn't that. Mr. Rex, good to see you, brother.
Hey, good to see you, MD. Great topic. Great topic. Yeah, I have my 2 cents. I'll add in whenever you're
Yeah,
ready.
go right ahead. Go right ahead.
Do I think time travel is possible? Yes, I do. Yes, I do. However, I don't think it's possible in the physical existence, meaning we can't build a spaceship that could ever go fast enough to travel back in time. But can people, let's say, if they could astral project into the non physical, into their spirit being, or could some non physical entities that are already in the non physical but in existence travel to and from time? Yes. I definitely think that's possible, but not in the physical. Um, so is time travel possible? 100% I believe that's the case, but just not in the physical. That's my 2 cents.
Do you think that there's any type of machine that might be built, or maybe some other theory where it could be possible?
Well, of course, I could be absolutely wrong. This is just my basic theory, and I'm nowhere near the scientific level of our top scientists. I'm just a layman. But based on, I do believe in the Einstein's theory regarding light, and its relation to time. I mean, I have heard that if you can travel at the speed of light, time stops. And it's theorized, not proven, of course, that if you could travel faster than the speed of light, you could actually go back into time. I think that's I would agree with that. I would agree with that. I think at the speed of light, yeah, time would stop for sure. I think it is relative throughout the universe. So that's my only reason to believe that something not. But I don't think something. They say light has no weight. Now that's debatable. I'm not disagreeing with that, but
Mhm.
scientific agreement that it has no weight. So it would have to be something non-physical. It would have to be weightless in order to
Mhm.
travel at that type of speed. I don't think anything in the physical is capable of that at all. That's just
Mhm.
based on my general scientific knowledge.
Mhm. Wow. Yeah. I mean, I also wonder if traveling back into time with our mind or maybe a
Sure.
substance.
Well, we see that we can always think back on memories
Hmm.
when we
Yeah.
were younger. Our mind is not limited, and of course, our mind has no weight to it. It's non-physical, but it can definitely go back in time and, like, say if we were ever to be hypnotized, we could recover memories from when we were a child that maybe we've forgotten in our conscious brain. Um,
Hmm.
sure, and I think that's a great example of how something weightless, something non-physical is not bounded by time. So I think that's an excellent example. That's why I believe something non-physical. But we would have to do it in, say, through something like astral projection, which I would never recommend because I think that's very similar to these people who take hallucinogens or DMT. They get out of their spirit, their spirit leaves their body, and I think
Hmm.
I'm fascinated by it. I think it's extremely interesting, but I can't recommend it because we're going into a realm that we really don't know a lot about.
Hmm. Okay. Yeah. Golden Sai, good to see you. She says, hi, Max, and everybody on the panel and chat. Hope you're having a good day. Thank you. Hope you're having a good day as well.
Seems
Always,
like we're getting a lot of new people coming in. That's great. That's
yeah,
great.
yeah. She has a channel. I went on her channel a couple of days ago. It was really good. She had a few people. We were chatting. She says, however, if you travel back and forth in time, you'd have to make sure to have the device in the place that you travel to, or else you may be stuck there. Yeah, that kind of, I think in the time machine, he had went through something like that.
I mean, do you think it's possible in the physical to travel back in time, MD?
I think that one with what Azraroon was saying, and I actually have an interview here that I did on You Gotta Laugh podcast. It's on the bottom of the homepage about time, the nature of time, or the thought of it, where Azraroon also came to the conclusion that time, it doesn't seem to run, it doesn't make sense, or doesn't seem reasonable that it would run forward and backwards in a straight line, that it would have to be like cyclic, to where it would go forward but in circles. So sort of like a spiraling forward movement in loops. And if that seems to be true, that okay, time is not going directly straight forward, but in loops, and therefore creating loops backwards as it moves forward, and possibly even the future already being there, which is maybe giving waves back to create the present moment. As we know for sure, the present moment is creating the past, because we can chart it, we can remember it. It makes me wonder, okay, like when we were speaking with Mr. Sosa about if that loop, I don't know what type of machine, maybe a substance, maybe a thought, could be used to figure out, okay, when the loop goes around to go forward, there's a point where it should match up with the timeline. So it's like a loop going forward. I had a picture of it, but I don't know where it's at, that I had drew a long time ago, where it's like it's as if you stretched out a slinky and you have the curls going forward. Those curls, if they're pressed together or they're close enough, you may be able to jump the loop and go back and write it again. So depending on the size of the loop, maybe a minute, a day, a year, a decade, if the loop can be changed, if that size can be changed, or is it set, that's a just a theoretical possibility, that where you could jump back in the loop and maybe repeat that loop. So not directly going backwards in a straight line, but only catching the loop. And now, depending on the size of the loop, that would depend how far back you would be able to travel in time. It's it's a little hard to explain without the model that I used to have.
But
Uh,
where would you what like where would you have to be to jump that loop? Would you have to be in outer space or something like that? Or?
no, I would think that you could probably do it right here. I mean, the theory might not hold up, but when I think about cyclic time, so it would take a lot of thought to say, okay, um, when I think about the present creating the past, so we know this for sure, and then we can extrapolate on top of that, even though extrapolation can definitely run into problems. It works like if we travel from New York to Pennsylvania to Ohio and continue going further west, we will extrapolate like, okay, if I'm in Pennsylvania, I can extrapolate that there's going to be another 100 miles of land, and then another 100 miles and another 100 miles. And I would be correct. That extrapolation is correct until you hit California or Oregon. Because once you hit that coastline, now you encounter the ocean.
Mm-hmm.
And now you say, wow, so the extrapolation doesn't work at that point. But then if you get on a ship and you start sailing and you extrapolate the same way you did on land, you would be correct. You would be hitting more ocean, more ocean, more ocean, until you hit China or Japan. I think you hit Japan first. So
Mm-hmm.
now we have that. And so now we're saying, okay, we see that with the extrapolation of travel on land and water. Air, it actually works better, because if you're flying in a plane, you're just going to be hitting air the entire time. Different speeds and winds that will vary. Clouds will be there. Um, so the extrapolation can be looked at as working and not working if you're flying through clouds or if you're not flying through. There'll be times, or certain altitudes that might occur more frequently or less. So with time, we'd have to take in all of that stuff, like looking at the extrapolation itself or the example itself of land, sea, and air and the travel. And then we say, okay, so now we're trying to figure out, how does time actually move? We know for the moment, it seems as if, in a way, it could be said we're standing still and time is moving past us. So we're in some type of, I don't know if the proper word would be like a temporal shift, or, some type of protected, um, like a protected moment. So the moment is protected by the present, but there's this thing flowing past us that's creating the past. But as it's creating the past, we continue to stay in the present. We can't look and see the past behind us in like a solid way. Like, if I think, okay, if we're moving from location to location, we are moving to a different location in space, but we're also moving to a different location in time. So we can't move from where we are to 1 mile ahead of us without also moving ahead in time. So we move, or maybe not ahead, but a different location in time, which would be further to say, how long does it take me to move forward in time? If it's a car and it's going 60 miles an hour, so we could work the math out. That should roughly be a mile a minute if it's 60 miles an hour. So within 1 minute, you move a mile. So you moved basically into the future, but is it really into the future? Is it just time passing by you as you're moving forward, staying in the present moment, but you're changing your location? So it really gets deep when you think about it, as far as trying to figure out all of those factors, and then figuring out, like, okay, uh, even questioning what is time. So that's a really big thing, because it's like, when we use travel on land, we're not saying what is land, but we know that there's different types of land. There's some type of land you cannot travel over with a vehicle, a wheeled vehicle. Like, you can't travel through a swamp or something like that. Usually you would need a road. So now this road makes traveling across the land a lot easier. Could there be a way to fabricate a road that we can travel on time, backward and forwards through? So now we're building the road instead of building a time machine, thinking, which is kind of vague, which people, like the Time Machine by H.G. Wells. Just a time machine spinning creates like some shield around it, and it goes back in time. It doesn't really go into the mechanics of it too deep in the movie, but when we look at the extrapolation of the road, we don't need to build a road for an aeroplane, but we do need to have some type of path. Like when they travel on the jet stream, they're catching some type of like wave, like surfing a wave on the ocean. So now you're riding a wave and looking at these things like a wave on the ocean that we can surf upon, the jet stream that we can glide upon as well, or maybe a path, because the jet stream is like, if I was to equate that to land, I'm trying to think what would be, it would be like a forward moving escalator in an airport, where you can walk on that escalator, but as you're walking forward, the escalator itself is walking forward as well.
Right, but that fits in line with Einstein's theory of relativity, with speed, velocity, and gravity influencing time. But The problem is in the physical, just like when they had those atomic clocks, and I think it was, I looked it up, it was 1971, I think. They
Hmm.
tested it and they had an atomic clock on an airplane and it proved that it was moving at a slower rate of time. They lost 59 nanoseconds. So the problem, yeah, so technically in the physical, we can slow down time, but it's
Hmm.
just so insignificant that it really doesn't, you know what I'm saying? It's so limited that we really wouldn't notice anything special about it. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I mean that would see that gets us into it gets us into a whole other thing to say, okay, are we like when we get into the micro, the very even beyond the micro, the nano, which
Yeah.
is the billionth, um, and then I think femtoseconds are a quadrillionth. Let me see, magnitudes magnitudes of time, nano and less, because it gets really so we go, okay, the picosecond, that's what it was. So nanosecond is a billionth of the second. And, there are things that do travel faster than the speed of light. Mr. Sosa was speculating on that with, it was some type of movement through the electrical world where it's instantaneously, the
Mhm.
speed of thought as well. So if we get into saying, okay, how do we how, is fractioning time down in smaller units, nanosecond, a trillionth of a second, which is a picosecond, a quadrillionth, the femtosecond, um, the attosecond, which is a quintillionth. So now we're getting into such small amounts, which also on the other side, that's what we see with computer chips and computer uh, memory. So we have the terabyte, which is a trillion bytes, basically, not a trillionth, but a trillion. So the kilobyte was a thousandth of a byte. Then the megabyte was the millionth. The giga was the billionth. The terabyte is the trillionth. And then I think it's a petabyte after that, the quadrillionth, I think. And then it goes further, like into like yottabytes and stuff like that. Now you're getting into serious amounts of memory, but they probably have that. So now when I think of the time thing, and it's like, is that the way to break through? Like, what are we breaking through? Is there a fabric to be broken through, like how if you travel fast enough you can break the sound barrier?
Right.
And people still question that. You do hear a shock wave, and we don't, we're trying to figure out, like, okay, we do hear the shock wave, we see that. So now the the airplane or the device is flying faster than the speed of sound, if the speed of sound is actually 700 and something miles an hour. So the supersonic jet would be flying, and you would hear the noise after it. So depending on how fast it's going, Mach 1, Mach 2, it'll pass, and then you'll hear the sound travel after.
Mm.
So now when we're looking at these things in the physical world that we see, we start to realize, okay, how can we apply that to time? This is the physical world. Is time even physical? So that's another thing too, because if Einstein is basing his, oh, it's Lasagna Killer. What's up, man? I didn't see you.
Hello, brothers.
Good to
Hey,
see
what's
you.
going on, lasagna?
Always a pleasure.
Always a pleasure.
Yeah, I was on the other window looking up the magnitudes for the fractions of time.
Yeah,
So,
they
and
say
that's
the
another,
GPS goes 38 microseconds faster.
the what?
Our GPS satellites right now in
Mhm.
orbit go 38 microseconds faster
Hmm.
because time passes faster at higher altitudes, lower gravity. That's what they say.
Yeah, but also so time is measurable, but is time physical?
I don't think so. No, I don't think
Yeah,
so. That's my own
yeah.
opinion.
So that brings in that. Lasagna, you got any thoughts on it, or did you have
I
anything?
do, but from a different perspective. I don't. Can I say it? I don't want to ruin like and you guys could ignore it, but like,
No.
I do truly, I wish that eventually humans can invent like a machine that let us travel through time, because I feel like that would help a lot of people. Like, a lot of like people, like loved ones have passed, and it would be like so cool to go back in time and maybe like even for like 30 minutes or something. Like that movie AI. It's a
Hmm.
really old movie.
Yep.
I feel like that would be really cool, like be able to go back through time and like maybe spend time with like a loved one for like 30 minutes or something. Yeah, that'd be cool.
Yeah. I mean, I think that most of the, not maybe all, but definitely most of the people that could travel back in time to see somebody that they cared about or to relive it would relive it. The mature person would relive it more with loving and saying, I'm going to spend more time with this person. I'm going to tell them that I care for them more. Uh, I remember Carl Sagan's, I don't know if it was his wife or his girlfriend, when he passed, she had said, I think in his book, um, she said that what she thinks about a lot is how she treated him. That she would have, I think, rather treated him better. And
Mm,
it kind of gets us to wonder that when we, if you treat somebody good, that's good too. But even if you could go back, you'd probably even treat them better. So,
yeah, I think, but I think it's like good to like only be like 30 minutes or an hour, because I do truly believe that like this is gonna sound bad, but if you're around, even someone that you really love, if you're around them for too much, like, I think a big part of love is also like distance, right? You can't really miss someone if you're always with them.
mhm,
So I do think that like, I don't know, as I get older I realize that like like it's kind of, it's like a paradox. It's like you miss someone, but you only miss them because you're not with them. But then if you're with them for too long, you don't miss them. So only to miss someone is that you have to be apart from them. But then, you know what I mean? It's weird.
mhm,
Can
yeah,
I say also that we will, this is my firm belief, and I quote belief, we will all at some point time travel for sure. Um, but it's not going to be in this life. Because the reason is we're going to get answers. We're going to get answers as to why things are the way they are, maybe in regard to our relationships with family and so forth, what kind of people they really were. We're going to get a chance to go back in time and to see what was really going on. That's going to
Yeah.
happen. So we will travel back in time, that's for certain. But we just won't do it in this physical existence.
But I
mm,
really like the idea. Like I really like this topic that you made. Uh, do you want me to call you? Okay, Max Dow. Okay, MD. Yeah. Because it's like, when I saw this, I just thought about like, like loved ones that have passed. I'm like, okay, I would really love like an hour to kind of just like chit chat about like my current life and like, you know what I mean? Just that would be so cool.
mhm, yeah. Uh, I mean, it's funny because when I was younger, you would think, oh, if you can go back in time, some people might think, well, I'd want the winning lottery numbers. I want, try to capitalize on something. But as I mature, it's like I wouldn't even care about that. I would say, look, if I can just go back and relive, not just spend time with them, but relive life, the awareness that I have to say, okay, things would change, but it's like if there was a rule to say, all right, you can't get any monetary gain, nothing like to a certain, like above a certain extent. And then what you said about missing somebody, it makes me think, well, maybe because that old saying, absence makes the heart grow fonder. But what about if there's, and you're right, if it's like you need that separation if you are to appreciate them. I think the separation just lets you appreciate the person to say, okay, would I rather that or would I rather just enjoy the time with them? To say, I don't need to separate, small separations aren't really, you don't see it as much sometimes, but when I think of times where sometimes I just enjoy being with somebody, but it might get to a point to where, okay, that's enough, and then you separate for a little, and then you look forward to meeting again.
Yeah, I think that's very exactly. Like, and I do think that that's why now I don't understand how people make marriages work because you're just always together all the time, and I think it's so hard to make like a marriage work. But I do think like that dynamic that you described is like perfect, right? Like you see each other maybe one or two times a week, and that way it's you still miss that person. But if you're just always around the same person, you're not letting anything build up. But
Yeah.
but I think that's why we also miss like, it's gonna sound kind of bad, but like maybe loved ones that have like passed on. Like obviously we miss them because there's so much time in between the last time they were alive, right?
Hmm.
So it's like you said, like time away makes a heart grow fonder. But like I'm sure if we were to go back and let's say we spend a whole year, yeah, we'd be grateful maybe for the first month or two, but it's like human nature to like everything just becomes like a novelty. You know what I mean? Like, we've all experienced like, oh yeah, I want a job. You get the job, and then you get the job and you're super excited, but after like a couple of months, after a year, you're like, oh damn, you know what I mean? It's just another job.
Yeah. I think what we would ask for, or what we would want traveling back through time, or what we would change, really, if we look into that, just that question without ever traveling back into time tells us a lot more about ourselves. To say, why would I want to do that? Like when some people say they would travel back and do something to change, to make the history better, to maybe have stopped a war or something like that. And it says, well, why? It's like, when I think about, okay, traveling back before family that I knew, what would it be like to meet, if I go back to my parents and then go back to my grandparents? So now I'm seeing four people that it took to make two people to make me, the physical. But if I go to my great grandparents, now I see, wait a minute, it takes eight people to make four people to make two people to make me. And if I go back further, now it's 16 people, 32 people, 64 people, unless you're inbred. So if a person is inbred, then it wouldn't be that many people, because like it might be like, okay, these two people are cousins, and as Arun had stated, that I don't know if his father and mother or first, second, or third cousins, I'm not sure. But that's the only way it wouldn't be doubling every time you go back 64, from 32, and then so on, 128, and then 256 and stuff like that. And that, just that thought alone, when you think of, wow, it takes 256 people to make those people have to be paired off, and they make 128 people, and then those 128 people mate man and woman to make 64 people, because it takes two people to make one person.
Yeah.
So looking at it with genetics, we start to say, wait a second, as we go further back, there's more people. And again, we're told like this thing to say, no, 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 there weren't as much people back in the past. But logically thinking, either there were more, or either there's definitely some type of inbred connection that we have going back to the past.
Oh, we definitely do. I think definitely do. I think the origins are inbred in some sense. But can I ask you guys like a side question? Do you guys view time, or do you guys think that time is somewhat like? Do you guys look at it uh like as a string? Everything is kind of connected. Like time is kind of like when when you weave, like someone weaves like a blanket or something, that like time is kind of like that. That it's it's like a time. I don't want to use time within the definition of what I'm trying to express. It's like, do you think it's like a like a line, like like history has like, okay, this happened this time, this happened this time. But do you think time is something that, like, I don't know, it's
I
how can
definitely
I
think it's mental. It's non-physical because, you know, I've smoked a little, what they call tree marijuana here and there, and of course your judgment of time drastically slows down. So I think time is
do
we're
you
very
think time
affected
is
by it.
Mr. X, do you think time is independent of your acknowledgement of time? Like that whole thing of like, okay, if the apple falls from the tree, no one's there to hear it, does it make a sound? Like, I think it makes a sound, but I think that's the same with the way about time. It's like time existed before humans existed. It's just that we use, time. We just place a word on it, but like the definition, like we understand that time is like,
Yeah, it's
define
part of the
something.
metaphysical universe. I think time. We can measure it, but we can't dig it up. We can't dig it up and put it on a weight scale. So it's
But do you think it
non-physical.
exists?
I do think it exists. Yes, I think it's but it's part of the metaphysical verse, and that's why we perceive time more mentally than anything else, and it can be manipulated mentally. Like if we were to go into an hypnotic state, or
Do you think when we die, we share the same time that we do like when we're alive, or do you think it's
no,
like a different time?
well, we're not bounded by it. Now we can move forward and backward in it at will. At will. If we want to go back 100 years, we can do that in a heartbeat. And go ahead. If we want to go ahead of time, we can do that also. I mean,
Yeah, I say that to say is like, MD, when you went on that Christian channel, it's like, do you think, okay, let's I don't know what you believe, Mr. X, but let's say you believe in like heaven and hell. Let's say
mm,
you die and you go to heaven. Do you think ti time in heaven is the same way that time is for us humans?
no, I don't think there is time. We're not. There's kind of like no time there. That's why we're not bounded by it. We're outside of time, I guess, in a sense.
Hmm. I mean, what would it feel like to not have time? Like, it's kind of a crazy thought because
Sure.
yeah, it's like we have time here, we're experiencing it, and we know that things can affect how we feel about time. Like certain substances
Yes.
will
Percent.
make time seem slower. So what is that? Like, is that a perception of time? Is it, when we see animals, there are many animals that understand time.
Hmm.
They just don't understand it like we do. Plants, we can clearly see that a plant takes a certain amount of time to grow. Some plants grow faster than other. Physical stuff and can affect that. More sunlight, more nutrients might make a plant grow faster. Um, there are certain cycles there. It really makes you wonder. And this is what I was saying. This is why I see people, it takes lifetime of thought, like, or that really tests the IQ to say, well, how do we even try to figure this thing out? We
Hmm.
know it can be altered. So if it can be altered, like when people say they take the salvia leaf and it feels like they've lived a lifetime in like 15 minutes or something, and then they come back and they're like, holy smokes, it felt like eternity almost. uh, Another thing, when you're like, people have experienced this, you walk on the beach and somehow you just start to just flow with existence, and you look back and you didn't realize you walked that far.
Right.
So you lost, they might say you lost track of time, but is it losing track of time or is it flowing? Is it now you're flowing along with the river perfectly?
Yeah, I agree. I mean, it's all perception. It's like right now we've been talking for what 40 minutes, but we're enjoying each other's conversation. So time seems to be flowing.
Hmm.
But remember back when you were in school, waiting for 3 o'clock to hit.
Oh, yeah,
Felt like forever. Felt
yeah.
like forever. So it's definitely time is something how we perceive it. Like we can perceive it slower or faster. We can definitely move with time in a certain. You see what I'm saying?
Hmm.
Yeah, our mental state can really have an effect on the time.
So do you guys think that, okay, so the question that you pose, can we travel through time? I think mentally we can travel through time because,
Mhm.
in a sense, we can go back in our thoughts and think about like experiences and all that. So in a sense, we do have like a time machine or within our own head, you know?
Yes, I agree with that.
Another way of looking at it would be, are we traveling through time, or is time traveling through us?
Good point.
And when I think about it, it seems like time is traveling through us, which brings in another question of what is us? What are we? Like when I spoke on the other stream with Mr. Sosa saying, I don't know who I am, I don't know what I am, I don't know where I am,
Hmm.
and I don't know when I am, because it's like this whole fabricated thing of this is the year so and all of that. Really, it's like if somebody's in their 20s, that's the 20s. It's not the 1920s, it's the 20s for them, or the 30s for them. It's kind of relevant to them. But then again, it seems like time is really passing through us. And then it starts to say, well, if time is passing through us, then what are we? Am I, I'm not sure. The
Well, here,
whole, yeah.
I
Mhm.
wanted to say, okay, I understand you're not sure, but I think it's an important question to be answered because it's going to affect your whole life. About my belief is I'm part spirit and I'm part physical body. My spirit is in this physical body for a short period of time, and then it's going to get released. It's going back to where it came from. And could I be wrong? Absolutely. But I think it's an important question, and you want to go where the evidence leads because I think it's to know who we are is a big help in just our daily lives and our daily decisions we make. It could alter our future, basically. It could change things a lot in our life if we know who we are.
But Mr. X, do you think who we are is like ever evolving? Or do you think as you get older, you become who you were meant to be, like like you were predestined to be this person?
I don't think a person. I think we're destined to be spirit. This physical body just doesn't last. It doesn't
But
last.
but your understanding of your spirit is different now than it was when you were like
Oh,
10.
100%. 100%. Well, I think when I was younger, I think I was maybe a little bit more in tune on a subconscious level because I had less of the world telling me other things otherwise. And as I grew into teenagerhood and young adulthood, that's when it really closed down, my spiritual side. But then as I got older, it came back, you know? So, um,
Yeah, that makes sense. Like
mhm.
now that you're able to focus more on your own thoughts, you're getting closer to who you are as a person.
Yeah. And this has been going on for years now, and nothing has really altered my views. I've never heard any good arguments to the contrary that I'm only a physical body and nothing else. There's been no arguments. I mean, I've heard other people's religious beliefs, specifically the atheists, but they're just telling me your religious beliefs. You're not proving anything. So I don't agree with your religious beliefs. I'll accept my beliefs over yours. They seem more in line with reality.
Sometimes I think like the older that people, a lot of people like surmise that the older you are, the luckier you are. But like the older I get, the more I think is like it's kind of more of a curse because there's plenty of like young people that are sick, you know, and then they pass away and stuff like that.
Hmm.
And I wouldn't say yeah, they might have been robbed, but at the same time, like uh they probably, I don't know, maybe they left because they were so good, or maybe they left at the best time. But like in my experience, it's like I've had like grandmas pass away and like grandpas pass away at like 90.
Hmm.
And like I just feel like at that age, I've never seen like a graceful death at that age.
Sure, sure. I'm not saying death is going to be graceful for anybody. I don't, absolutely not. You know, I could be dead from a gunshot or a murder for all I know. You know, that might happen 10 years from now. But something's going to happen eventually. Um, it's just I have to look at things with a rational mind and say the fact that we even ask these questions means that it's true. You know,
I hate that we have to look at things with rational mind. Like I know we have to because of like we have to pay bills and stuff like that. But I feel like doing that takes away from like kind of like the humanity. Like it makes people think like robots. Like
That's
profit
logical
and stuff
thinking.
like
That's
that.
logical thinking. I'm just saying, uh, you're thinking in terms of logic and reason. As far as being a robot, I'm just saying about existence and so forth. What makes more sense? And actually, I think to live in reality can make you a happy person because you won't make the wrong decisions. Then you won't bring like for instance, there's moral laws that are out there. You can't touch them. You can't see them in a piece of paper, but they exist, and they'll if you break them, you're going to pay the price. So it's better to
What do
not
you?
touch.
I okay, because you've never said this before. What when you say moral laws, what do you mean by that, in your opinion?
Moral laws in the fact of, let's say, overconfidence in yourself or narcissism, thinking you're the greatest thing in the world, you're smarter, you're better than other people. Well, there's a moral law that says you're not, and if you want to follow that path, go right ahead, but you're going to get humbled, and that's a miserable experience to be humbled, and I don't want to go through it, so I prefer to be humbled than to have to break the moral law and pay the punishment. But it's not something that's it's a moral law. It exists in the what you want if you want to call it the ether, but it's out there. It always comes to collect. So that's my belief system. So I prefer to be humble. I don't claim to be better or smarter than anybody. You know what I mean? Everybody's got something to get to offer, and I can learn from anybody. So I I prefer to be humble. It makes my life a lot easier.
I mean, there's a thing, rationalizing. When you question, you start to say, okay, rationalizing is justifying the behavior, the feelings, the belief. So it's justifying it, and often the ones that feel uncomfortable, discreditable, with a plausible, logical excuse rather than the actual true motives. So when we think about rationalization or rationalizing something, it I'm not sure if that's really searching for the truth of it, because it's using certain plausible things to justify the behavior, the belief or the feeling, instead of the actual true motive or what it actually is. Like, we know that we can not see the true face of reality. The more we think about it, we say, okay, if we remember through our life, there are many times where we thought something was true and then we found out it wasn't. So we were living in a false sense of reality before we realized that, before we pulled the curtain back and then saw the Wizard of Oz. And then we realized there's another curtain with that we have to pull back, and there's another Wizard of Oz behind the curtain. We see this with clearly people that we might not have thought who were who we thought they were. So we weren't seeing reality for what it was in that simple sense right there. The physical world too, we see that in mirages can make us see something. We see a mirage on a hot day. If you're looking down the road, you might see what appears to be water, but it's a mirage. As you get closer, you say, wow, that wasn't water. It was like the heat waves coming off of it that formed some type of mirage. And mirages can become, even more intense in the desert, depending on your circumstance, which can be seen as an optical illusion. Like what I had shown in some of the pictures. I don't know if I still have it uploaded. Like, yeah, when we look at this picture here, the lines going horizontally are perfectly straight.
Really?
Yeah.
Wait, let me.
All you got to
No,
do is
aren't they crossed?
squint your eyes, and as you
Which one?
squint,
Both
Yeah,
of
you
them?
got to squint.
squint your eyes, and you'll see that they're
All right.
exactly parallel to one another. It's amazing illusion. This illusion right here. This is
Are you saying the
Ooh,
vertical or horizontal
the
one?
horizontal ones. The horizontal lines
Wait,
are,
let me.
but you got to
Maybe I'm
squint
not
your
seeing it.
eyes.
yeah,
You
you
gotta
got to squint your eyes. You've seen it before, right, Mr. X?
Yeah, it's amazing.
Yeah.
Once you squint them, they go straight.
This is a strong illusion, man. This tells us a lot, that this illusion proves that we don't see reality for what it really is.
I'm
And
squinting it. I only see the top two.
Okay,
Maybe.
squint as much as you can where you
Okay.
can still see. Like you'll
All right. All
almost
right.
be closing your eyes.
All right. All right. Bet. Hold on.
It's hard. Yeah, you got to squint and
Wait, should
maybe
I have my lights on or off?
no. You can leave them on. I got a light right
Okay.
here that's over the desk, very bright. But as I squint and my eyes are almost closing to where they're blinking, I can just see them straighten out a little. It's very hard to see, but you got to squint. You
Damn,
got to
bro,
squint to the.
I probably have the devil in me. I cannot.
No,
God
no, you
damn.
can you can definitely see it. Like how did you get it, Mr. X? You squinted really.
Squinted, yeah, maybe from a distance, not so up close.
Oh, okay. So let me fall back and
Yeah,
see if
fall
that's.
back,
Yeah,
fall back
yeah. If you
with
fall
the
back, you can see it a
squint.
lot easier.
Fall
You
back and
fall
squint.
back and squint, and they'll start to straighten out much more than they
Oh,
are.
okay, no, I see it. I had to go all the way back. Yeah,
Mhm.
okay, no, you have to go far away from your monitor or like TV, and then
Yes,
you could do
you
it.
see that they're perfectly straight, right?
Yeah, that's weird.
Right. That is deep. Scribe, what's up, man?
Hey, Scribe.
What's going on?
What's up, Scribe? Long time no talk. Oh, we did talk a
It's
while
been
on,
ago,
that
bro?
but it
long.
was. Well, I mean, it was like
Yeah.
what, a month ago, but it was the first time we talked. But we
I'm
didn't
gonna
even
make a
really talk.
prediction. Psychic is
Yeah,
Jacob.
we never really talked.
Just kidding.
How is here? I remember where you're from. I just hold on. The
Panama.
yeah, Panama. How's Panama? Scribe.
Actually, pretty good, man. Actually, that's the thing, man. It's like being away for so long, and that's what's kind of funny because I'm partially Hispanic descent. So it was like all my family's in the States. So I was like, even if I want to go visit them, I gotta be worried about this ICE thing and all that. I'm like, come on,
Oh
this
yeah,
is like
definitely.
stupid, bro. It's like I
Yeah,
gotta be
Trump
afraid
ruined
now to go
everything, man.
to go visit my family. You know?
Yeah, I mean they're trying to like it's like evil, right? They're trying to make everyone like scared and trying to separate people and yeah. I mean we're all gonna die one day, right? What's the point of like separation? We might as well try to unite, exchange ideas and try to learn from each other.
Well, that's part of that thing, lasagna. It's like you would think, or I know for a fact that we are what they call civil enough to thrive in today's climate, especially with AI and all this madness. To at least be able to, I mean, the U.S. alone already proves it. You have what? It's a melting pot of all these different things that apparently hate each other. Chinese, Russian, all the supposed enemies have come there and somehow made it work, right? So it's an example of how it could be done locally, but they will never let it happen globally. So, and I was telling about this, the dual system. If you look at the algorithm of how the U.S. is designed, it's based under a dual system to where you have to choose a side, Democrat, Republican, Libertarian, whatever it is, and you're forced to fight that other side. That's why you have a civil war, which is an oxymoron. It doesn't make any sense. How can you have a civil war if it's supposed to be civil? So there shouldn't be a war if it's civil, right? But they want to create a civil war because they've brilliantly figured out a way to create multiple oppositions in a country that should have none. Do you see an opposition in the monarchy in Britain or any of these places where there's royalty? Do you see any type of split up or anything? No, they're the ones in charge. That's what's up. And then you
But
see
I think
Canada.
it's kind of like
Australia.
breaking apart because I've like there's so many subgroups because of technology and like technology is like a double-edged sword in my opinion. It's like it's good and it's also bad. It's good because like if it wasn't for technology, they would be able to control all of us very easily.
But that's the point. With that, you would think we would come to a civil agreement. The only things we're civil agreeing about is that you cannot go to Antarctica, you can't go to the North Pole, you can't. Like somehow they can agree with all that. All the countries can agree to that, but for basic stuff, we can't agree on just not killing each other type of thing. So that is their, in my opinion, by design, as well as poverty and every
Well, like
other thing that you.
in my MD was on a stream where it was like a bunch of like it was mostly Christians that do not like Catholics. They all believe in Jesus. They just disagree in the way they believe about Jesus or the way they pray up to him. But like that's what I in my opinion, I think religion kind of like is also kind of like used to manipulate people. It's like
Well, you said it right there. Now there's another oppositional thing I got to worry about is religion. So politics ain't bad enough, right? I got to worry about religion. I got to worry about what football team I like. Just even on stupid games like that, people are killing each other over dumb stuff like, oh, my team, whatever. Or they start fighting or riot or whatever. I mean, it's like you can't even agree. You can't
But
even
in
act
your
civil.
guys' opinion, why do you guys think religion is so powerful? Because like the majority of the world is like some type of religion. So there must be a reason why the majority of humans gravitate
But even
towards some
atheists
type
are
of religion.
religious. Even atheists are religious. It's all religion. I think I
Well,
agree with Steve.
Mr. X, I think you're talking about agnostic. Atheists believe that there's
That's a
nothing.
religion too. They're all religions because it's based on a belief. You can't prove any of your beliefs. It's a belief.
Oh yeah, that is okay. No, I see what
No,
you're.
I think agnosticism is the only non-belief.
Well,
Well,
I
they
think yeah,
don't.
as far as I know, I might be wrong, but agnostics believe that there is an ultimate creator, like an ultimate architect. They're just not going to define who it is. You know, some
No,
people say,
no, that's the definition. Agnostic, like atheism, atheistic. So theism, right? Theologian for deity. Atheistic. So it's no theologian, no God. Agnostic. So gnostic, gnostic is to know. Agnostic is not to know. So honestly, and that's not a religion. It's saying, look, we don't know. So no matter what the atheist says, oh, they know there's no God. The theist says they know there's a God. Neither one of them know that for
But
sure.
then when you just did right there, you broke about the word. What the word always has a sub prefix to define what the word is, and there's an origin of the word. So again, religion. What's the base word there? The key word there is to redo something. What's a legion? A group of people. So they're religioning all these new groups of people to basically go off each other, to have jihad versus Jesus, to have Krishna versus whatever, Shiva and all that. You create these characters to go to war. Now you have a narrative. Now you have a way to fill in this global agenda by having multiple factions, and then you fund all these factions, and you secretly
well, Scribe, can you
basically
answer the question about the
manipulate.
time thing? Like, what do you think about the time thing that we were discussing? Like, do you think it's ever going to exist in our lifetime? And if it does, like, would you want to go back in time to visit, like, maybe family members that have like passed away or stuff like that?
Yeah, the time travel thing. I mean, as far as evidence, hardcore evidence. I mean, you know Art Bell, right?
No, I
You've heard
don't
of
know
Art
who
Bell.
Art Bell is. I've never even heard of
You
that
haven't
name.
heard of Art Bell? How you better get cracking on that because that's a chest full of gems there. He had a guy. Basically, he's one of the greatest. I guess you would call non-traditional alternative, somewhat conspiracy stuff, where he bring people on about ghosts, UFOs, the whole thing, Bigfoot, whatever. But he had this one guy on called Markham or something like that, and Art Bell would call him Madman Markham because this dude was pretty nuts as far as what he was trying to do to build this time machine, but he didn't know it was a time machine when he was doing it. Originally, he was messing with magnetism. He was messing with electricity. He was trying to see if he could get a reaction on a certain thing, and he built like this little tiny, I forget what it's called, but basically generates a lot of electricity, and it creates a field around it. And he messed with it like a little version. He would throw pennies at it, and the penny would hit close to the little contraption, and the penny would literally disappear in time. And with about 2 to 3 seconds, it would reappear on the other side of his room, like it would drop. You could hear it fall on the floor. And he was like, "What in the world is going on here?" Because he thought he made a portal or something. So he didn't understand that he went 2 to 3 seconds forward. He fast forward 2 or 3 seconds. Um, so he did this contraption, called up the Art Bell show, told Art Bell, hey, I'm doing this stuff, and I'm getting a strange effect while I'm using these small objects. And then people on the show, like imagine this show, but there's like hundreds of thousands of people watching because it was a radio show, very popular back in the day. People there like, look, we can fund you, we can give you some money to help you build, a bigger version of this thing. But before all that stuff happened, he actually did kind of build a bigger version, but he went out and grabbed like these transformers that were already there from like a electric company that just pretty much threw them out, but they were still gonna He used them, I guess, for later for something. It was like in the junkyard. He went there and grabbed those. He built something a little bit bigger, and he started using like small animals, like hamsters, cats, whatever. Um, and then they arrested him because they found out later that he took those transformers from that yard, and that's why Art Bell nicknamed him Madman Markham, because this guy's ready to do whatever, jail time. So he went to jail for a little bit, got out, called the show, and that's when people were like, "Hey, we want to fund this guy. If this is all true." Because Art Bell, he's very reputable as far as what's considered real and what's considered BS. So they helped fund him. He got his own facility and stuff. He got to build a much larger version. So it went up to stuff like couches and bigger objects, and they would end up like maybe 100 yards away to the west or east. The location is not known, but it would show up there maybe like a few days later or whatever, depending, I guess, the power that's being used. And then eventually this guy decides to step into it himself. And then when that happened, he basically woke up somewhere in Ohio. So basically, I guess he lived somewhere on the West Coast. He ended up somewhere in Ohio pretty much immediately. But the problem is 2 years passed. So he literally had to like get a job and stuff to get back to where he was, like fund himself to get back, hitchhike and all that to finally get back. Facility was gone, all the equipment was gone. And then he called the Art Bell show again. So this is all timeline. This is not like this is a timeline of 20 years of Art Bell talking to this dude on and off, on and off, on and off, and his crowd helping him fund this thing. So the audience has been to these facilities. They've seen the ones who put money in. They got to go there and see it before he stepped into it and did all that crazy stuff. So this is like a 20-year period where he did that. He came back, did another thing, reported on that, and then at some point he just never came back. But it's like a 20-year thing with Art Bell. So you can basically go through the archive and listen to all the shows that go through a 20-year period and listen to the very beginning from when he's just starting out to when he actually did it, came back 2 years later, lost everything, had to start again and go, do it's a crazy story, man.
Oh, I want to make a comment on the time too. I want to make a comment on the time. Because I was just looking up with mirrors. They say when you look at a mirror, because it says here, because light takes time to travel from your face to the mirror and back to your eyes, that there's a delay in nanoseconds due to that the traveling of the light. So when you see yourself, you're actually seeing yourself in 3 to 10, a delay of 3 to 10 nanoseconds. So you are seeing, when you look in the mirror, you are looking at the past, technically. So it wouldn't surprise me. I think Kozgraf, the Russian scientist, he did this with mirrors. So mirrors might be a way to maybe possibly look back into the time, look back in the past. If you could have mirrors reflecting off mirrors, reflecting off mirrors, that might be one way to see into the past in a certain sense. I don't know.
Well, there's a certain rule for the past. So the Montauk Project kind of proved that one, to where they were opening these portals. They were using these kids named the Montauk kids, and these guys were like super intuitive, whatever. So they picked these special kids from this bloodlines of families that they would use with MK Ultra and all that stuff. So they were selected, and they basically said that yes, they can create a portal to go to a past, but it's not this timeline. It's a different timeline. Different. It's just like in your dreams. You have a dream that looks similar, but it's a different situation, different timeline, different locations. So the past, as far as being able to access this particular past, is at this point non-possible, because if it was, you'd definitely be seeing. Well, I take that back. We have had some weird stuff, Mandela effect stuff, some other stuff. It sounds like they're tinkering with it, but it doesn't sound like they can literally just change history. Okay, Lincoln wasn't shot, JFK wasn't shot. Let's rearrange this. So that type of past stuff, I don't think exists, just simply for the fact that there needs to be an archive at least, but you could possibly tinker with it and mess with it. But there seems to be a thing with the future, kind of, that you can kind of manipulate that. Even today, when I was driving from the supermarket back to my house, all these things just kept happening to make my day just worse and worse and worse. And I was like, I'm just going to observe this. Let's observe it. All these bad things just happen. Let me just drive over here. Let's observe what happens. a garbage truck pulls up, whatever, just at the wrong time when I'm trying to turn in. I gotta wait there and all that, or some dumb thing, and I'm realizing I'm not controlling none of this. It's like a video game. Like literally, a video game is deciding that today, for some reason, this particular day, in this particular month, these things are happening, and they're just going to happen no matter what I do. And I can fight it as much as I want. I can scream and yell about it. It's not going to change. It's almost like I just let it happen, and it just falls into place. These things fall into place. It might not turn out the way you want it to, but then later on, things happen. You're like, oh, okay, I see. I had to wait for that for some reason. So it almost seems like things are predestined. But then there's the question of free will. Is if I lift my arm or scratch my nose right now, was that free will or was that predestined? You know, and that's always going to be a question. I mean, I think we control local stuff like that, but anything outside of that, we're definitely something that's being predestined for that thing to happen. Like for Batman to be Batman, these things, his parents and all that had to, all that stuff had to happen. He had to go through all that trauma. He had to be a billionaire, family, and all that. All these things had to be in place for that to even occur. Or Elon Musk, whatever, I mean,
Yeah, but I also think it's like there are plenty of people who are like, I sometimes I think about this myself. I wish I was like ignorant in the sense of like I see so many people in my life, they're just like, I don't know if they're purposely trying to be ignorant or they're just born that way. But it's like, okay, so there's this quote by Nietzsche that I like. It says, "Some are born to obey, some are cursed to see." And I do think I'm like I think it is a curse to be able to see through like the veil of like kind of like the BS.
You're right. That's why you're here, Lasagna. We are the curse to see, and we actually care, and that's what makes us, I believe, human. We have morals, and these other people are just NPCs. Just they can't get enough of the entertainment, of the dumb stuff that doesn't benefit them because they're too worried about their image and the material, and how much money they make, and all that. We're trying to see the truth at all costs, even if we don't make money and have all the glory and all that. So to me, that's a real person. I mean, these other people, fake. I don't care if they make billions of dollars. They used to be my friend. They could have helped me, maybe throw me a couple mil. I don't give a shit. Is the real is the real, and I'll suffer for it. And it's a lonely road, and but that's just how it is. Because we're in a different. I think we're in a different level than the majority of these people that are here now going through this phase. I see this as a lower level beginner video game like boot camp. Like when you go to military boot camp and all that stuff. I never went to
Oh,
boot
you
camp.
mean
But
like you mean like this existence?
yeah, like this realm is like a low level, you know.
Do you
Let's
think
see
the
how dumb,
other
let's see how dumb you are to see if you can even see through the veil, which is very apparent to know there's other powers existing here that aren't.
Do you think like let's say
They're
once
blind
we
to.
all let's say because we're all gonna die one day, let's say once you perish this realm, do you think you're gonna keep the thoughts from or your prepositions or your mind from this realm and take it to the next one, or do you
For
think
sure,
it's
it
like a
has to.
rebirth?
There has to be. That's the only thing they can't take from you. So you lose your possessions, but the only purpose you're even here is to be able to experience and enjoy the ride. Hopefully, you don't suffer too much. But that's what this is about. It's about you are a greater thing somewhere else. This is not your home. You're from somewhere else, and you're being humbled, and that's through pain, suffering, trauma. You're being humbled in a physical body. Now you take a dump. You got to go piss. You got to sleep. You didn't have these things where you came from. That's why people come here. They're like, "What the hell is? I
Okay,
can't."
but my thing is, okay,
You know,
because so my one of my grandmas, she died like at like 95, but like towards the end, like the last 2 or 3 years, she got like heavy dementia. So she was like a completely different person. So she died with a dementia. So like when she dies,
well,
like
that's not. No,
you
okay,
get to
okay. I know what you're
choose.
saying. I know what you're saying. I know what you're saying.
Yeah.
That's the interference from this physical body dying. So I wouldn't take that as her actual consciousness.
Yeah, I
I
don't. But I'm saying like at which moment, like what can she like choose at her consciousness at like 70 or like 60 or 50? Like like once you die, in your opinion, are you able to choose a consciousness at the age that you want it to go to the next realm, or like?
what do you mean choose consciousness? I mean, you are who
So
you are.
like yeah, but like that's what I'm saying. You are different people at different times. Like I wasn't the same that I was when I was like 10 than I was when I was 14 or than I am now, right? So I like which consciousness do I like am I able to choose which one I'm
Okay,
able to
first of
know?
all, let's take a step back. First of all, you don't have one consciousness in your head. Right now, I can think of three. You have the devil on the left side of the shoulder, the angel on the right, and then you have yourself pondering what this guy's like. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Other guy's like, no, no, no. And you're sitting there pondering which one of these guys is right. So I believe there's three different consciousness going at one time. It feels like one of them is more you, but then you have these other things persuading your opinion going on at the same time. So I would think all that goes away
Oh,
because
so
I've heard
you're
this.
saying like the true you is beyond time. Like the true you, like if a kid dies at like 12 of like a sickness, the true him is is still gonna go to the next realm, like who he really is inside.
Yeah, definitely. Because I think the physical really limits your capacity of being able to, like, if you're born a clone or something, an adult, then there would be no reason to go through the whole baby thing and your brain developing and being able to see and. So you're skipping all that. Like you're you. You came here as you, but you're having to go through the baby thing and grow up. But that's who you were. You have you have fears that you can't explain that came from somewhere else, not here. Some you learned here. Others are just there, just the way you are. Um, a lot of times we ask ourselves, why are we even here? Why are we going through school? School seems like almost like a light prison situation, which it is. So as far as remembering who you are. Um, it's really just adapting this humbleness factor to experience a physical body. That's the only way I can see it because I've heard you've heard of NDDs, right? Near death experiences where
Yeah,
there's a
yeah, yeah.
guy who's been blind his whole life, but when he goes through the NDE, he's able to see, he's able to hear, he's able to see what the doctor's doing, all this stuff. Goes somewhere, comes back, and is able to tell a story like I never was able to see before, but now I can describe to you what I saw. Stuff like that to where you can speak to the family member. Was this guy blind his whole life? Yes, since birth and all that. The fact he would come back and now describe to you what he saw, you can't like what you took an acting class or something. You made all this stuff up. So the probability of him lying is very low now.
So, okay,
So
follow-up question. So, do you think, in your opinion, that people are born good and evil, or evil, good or evil?
okay, that's a hard one because it seems like we're a mixed bag because if you look at the Dahmer thing, look at some of these other serial killers, it's almost like it was just in them. They're born that way, and they're doing the animal thing first, and then they switch over to the human thing. And one of these guys who's been on death row for I don't know how many years, they asked him one of these serial killers asked him like, so if we release you today and we gave you freedom, would you go back to killing? He was like, absolutely. Like didn't even flinch. Absolutely. And he's like, and I know that's a messed up answer. Yeah, I'm just at this point in my life, I'm gonna meet my maker soon. I'm just gonna tell you the truth. So he's literally saying if he was let out, even though he's in prison for 30 something years, he would still do that because that's just who he is. Now, do you call that evil? In our eyes,
Yeah.
of course, it looks that way. But maybe that's what this guy's trying to fix, and we're trying to fix something else. Maybe that's not so severe, but we're having to go through the same madness, the same crazy, realm experience. That part, I'm not too sure. As
Okay,
far
so
as the
in
karma,
my opinion, you're kind of like describing like maybe someone who was born with a messed up brain. But let's say someone like maybe like a Hitler. Would you say that he's evil for like that for the decisions that he made?
okay. So let me ask you a question: when the Iraq War happened, who's evil, Americans or the Iraqis?
I don't know all the
No,
intricacies,
I'm
or I'm
saying
not.
the only answer to that is depends on what side you're on. That's the only answer to that. Because remember, I'm from Panama. My dad's American, and I was here for the Panamanian War. So I'm literally in a base with my dad doing whatever he's doing to protect us, and I'm supposedly American and Panamanian, but we're going at war at the same time. So how is that going to mess your head up? It makes you realize there shouldn't be war in the first place. Like this doesn't even make sense. Like we're doing all this and we're going to go to war for whatever reason, but
Yeah, and that's what's kind
it's
of happening right now, and that's what I'm saying. Like I think it's because if you look at Iraq, it's all I don't know if I it's hard to say who's evil because it just like it's a lot of people in a situation. When I was talking about evil, I was talking about like individualistic evil, like a person, right? Like a maybe like a serial killer or like a murderer or like a dictator that kills a lot of people. Like is that spirit is there like is that just like an evil spirit that that was just born?
It's like asking a lion, okay, if you're a predator, and the more things you kill, to for sustenance, does that make you evil?
In my opinion, I'd rather starve to death than like kill another person. Like if it means my survival or somebody's death, maybe because of the way I grew up and all that, or maybe just because of who
Then
I am.
then you
I'd
have
rather.
righteousness that goes beyond you growing up, because that's, to be selfless is not something you're taught. That's just who you are. I mean, there's so few people
I
like
think I
that
was taught it,
going.
in my opinion. I don't think I was born this way. I
You,
think I was taught by my dad and like my mom and stuff.
so if I were to ask you, be selfless, or I want you to strap on a bomb and do this for me because it's a good act. The Lord will help you because you did this. You know,
I'm
you talking
pretty
about that?
sure I'm going to be honest with you, Scribe. I'm pretty sure if I was born like in a different uh like in Iraq or something where my mom and dad loved me and I loved them because they loved me and I was a kid and obviously they provide for me, they would yeah, I would definitely be brainwashed and I'd probably do that.
No, that means you're not brainwashed. I mean, if you know what's right and you're willing to sacrifice, that's what a real man is. That's the definition of a man. But the majority of people, just obviously in today's world, are
But I
living
only
in
know what's
Disney.
right because of what I was taught by my parents, in my opinion.
It doesn't matter because you can have parents that taught you whatever. I have plenty of friends who had successful parents, and these guys are just the dumbest, most conniving, deceitful idiots I've ever witnessed. I mean, what's going on? And I don't think the parents had anything to do. I mean, I've had other people I've known that the parents weren't even there.
Wait, can we answer this
Dad,
question, Scribe?
look, dad was an alcoholic, raging alcoholic, beat the mom, but this guy turned out the complete opposite. Went to church, got a good job, made money, had to help his dad. So I don't think that's, it helps, but I don't think that makes you.
I just want to apologize, Alexis, for not reading off the full super chat on the other stream with the moon. Scribe and I had talked to him about that the previous day, and I think we're going to do a stream on that, man. But I appreciate you, brother. He says, "Does the time machine only work if they tell us beforehand? Is this predictive programming?" I didn't hear what you guys were talking about. I'm making
Well, it's
some.
not. It's not. It's not like one time machine doing all this. I'm saying there's ways to manipulate. Apparently, through this guy, my man Markham, there's ways to manipulate the future, not the past, not this timeline,
Mhm.
um, using magnetism, some form of magnetism, and that's what they want to call gravity. That's what they want to obscure and obfuscate as something else. But that's what you hear about these UFOs. They have anti-gravity. That's another fake word. Well, these anti-gravity machines create a distortion field around you. So as long as you're in this distortional field, you can go through water, you can go through air, you can go through a lot of things that have a lot of physical uh, ambient destructive properties like heavy wind or water. All these things are extremely hard to maneuver in. But if you create this magnetic field around you, you're able to defy kind of what's going on physically, and also uh, have modifications of time latently and be able to modify time itself as far as um, what you want the output to be. So again, it has to be, I want to do this, and these are the limits to doing this. I can't go back in time. I can go back in time and witness another version maybe of this, but I can't go back in time and change this timeline to actually have a different outcome. So that's like the fairy tale. But the other stuff, you can manipulate it, you can mess with it, if you can create that field, and possibly that field could mean endless life. There could be a possibility where you can create this special field. As long as you stay in that field, you won't disintegrate, you won't grow old and stuff like that. So there's lots of different theories about that. But and this world is not meant to be stayed for long. This world is meant to kind of suffer, learn some things, be humble, if you do crazy stuff, that's up to you. But it's not meant to be a large part of who you really are.
What do you think
So
about
just look at
time, Scribe? Do you think time is physical, or do you think it's like universal, or
no.
like
Once you leave your body, there is no time. The only reason you're describing time is because you disintegrate over time. Every day you're discerning. Every day you're getting closer to your maker, right? So the only reason there's time is for that purpose and to archive things. But if you don't have to worry about time, there's not really anything to really archive
but who are
because you
you
never die.
archiving things for?
Because you have limited,
No,
time, so
but
you
who
do
are
it
you
for
archiving those things for, though? Are you doing it
the
for?
future generations.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay.
So just like Egypt, when they go crazy about the afterlife and all that, they do all these crazy things, tombs and all that. So it's a similar thing. But I'm saying
Oh, the
time
mine's
itself.
on. I've never seen
Do
this
you know
guy
where the time?
before.
Do you know where time comes from? Do you know how it's calculated? Where it comes from originally?
I don't. I would assume that like just humans invented time to like keep track of things
How would you invent time?
with one.
One what? What does that mean?
Like if you just make an abstract thing like the number one, and then you like put a meaning to
Okay,
it,
well,
like
what's the most obvious thing to use if you didn't have to use mathematics to calculate time?
the stars.
Okay, now you're thinking. So sun and moon, right? So how many
Yeah.
revolutions the moon goes around the earth and the earth goes around the sun? Apparently that's where time comes from because you're going by revolutions, right? So if the
Mhm.
sun and moon stop, all of a sudden now you don't have any reference of time anymore. So your reference of time is that and the shadows and then whatever they use for navigation in the oceans and all that stuff. So that's the only reference to time we have. Outside of that, there is no reference for time. So when you say time, your consciousness in your head doesn't get old, but your body does, and that can affect how you think, obviously. So if you get older and your brain doesn't work as well, you're going to be getting dementia. All that, you're not going to flow the same way, but that essence is still there. Inside your head, you're still there. But when I speak to you, I sound like an 80-year-old dude with dementia. You see what I'm saying? Because there was actually a TED talk with this woman. She's a doctor, and she had a stroke. And she's saying she had a stroke, and then she tried to get to the phone, and she realized like she couldn't see the same way. Like things were like blurry, doubled, weird vision. And she was trying to get to the phone. She finally got to the phone. She was trying to dial 911, but the buttons look all weird. The buttons were not like. Finally, she was able to get it 911. And then when she heard the person on the phone, um, she could hear the person, but when she spoke, the person was saying like, "Ma'am, I can't hear." Like her brain couldn't transmit to her mouth the words. Like it was like she thought she was saying it, but the other person, the emergency person, just heard a bunch of gibberish. Like she was saying some weird stuff, but in her mind, she thought she was speaking normally. So she went through that whole thing, and she realized like once your physical body can block out stuff that other people are going to notice, but your mind doesn't know that's going on. So you can feel perfectly normal. That's what crazy people. Oh, you're crazy. They throw him in the thing. This guy's freaking out. In his mind, he's perfectly fine. But since certain organs or whatever isn't working, chemicals aren't working properly in the brain or whatever, he appears to look crazy to us because he thinks that he's normal in his mind. But normal in his mind, his body's not reacting to it properly. So to us, it seems weird.
So you're
So when
saying,
you
which
say
I agree with, is that the essence. The essence is what matters about the person.
that's what
Because
matters, because even if you go crazy and you get dementia, in your mind, you're still you. It's just that your friends or family aren't going to see that because the only way they can see you is through your physical flesh. Blood bag of a body is worthless, right?
Dementia. That's funny you start mentioning like memory loss and stuff when we're talking about potential time travel experiences because in reality, that's what it would look like from an outside perspective if someone was experiencing some type of time travel effects where literally history was being rewritten from uh, from everyone else's perspective. They would just like have dementia or false memories.
I can see where you're coming from when you say that. It's like the brain is it's like trying to exist in two different realms.
Yeah, I just had to throw that out there because definitely I have been in groups and have had experiences with time. I would say uh, time distortions, and people have perceived it as us just having false memories, or like some brain issues.
Okay, let me ask you guys a question. The only problem that I have with, I would say, just like death and the afterlife and um all of that is we don't have any like any type of like anybody trying to come back and give us a sign or something, right? Maybe some people will call them ghosts or like premonitions or something, but
That's
I've
not true,
never.
lasagna.
That's not true,
There's,
you said?
yeah, that's not true because there's many incidences where there's one example, for example, 9/11, where this guy, he gets he's still in the building when it comes down. Of course, he passes away, and then maybe 3 or 4 years after, he's reborn into this kid's body, and the kid keeps bugging the mom about, I remember how I died before. And we kept mentioning the building. Oh, I fell through, like it fell, all the way down. And he kept mentioning. And they finally found, like, his mom's like, okay, let me, the kid is going nuts about this. Let me see what's going on to see if this is actually true. And she did some research and found this particular dude, this guy with his name, because I guess the kid remembered the name of the guy. I used to be this person. And then she looked it up, and she found out there was a guy there on the 80th floor that worked in that particular part of the building that did die on that year. And then I think
There-
she took the kid. I think she took the kid to the family or something. They showed him a picture. Oh yeah, that's Marty. That's this guy. He was able to point out everybody in the photo. There's no way
yeah,
an
that's
8-year-old
happened
kid is
too.
going to be. Yeah.
That's happened with third world countries where literally kids will be like, I'm from some other village, and they have like a similar scar, a birthmark, and that's the same scar from the person who died from their previous life. They're like, wow, that's weird. That's a weird coincidence because my this kid's saying that they're this person, and my family member literally died from that same scar wound that this other kid has as a birthmark, and they're saying they remember us. So that's kind of a coincidence, and that's happened
Yeah,
more
for
than
the
once.
lasagna. Oh yeah, look it up, lasagna. Kids with past lives. Just look that up, and you're gonna see just overwhelming evidence, crazy stuff. But we got Shadow Buddha here. Appreciate the super chat. It says, lasagna. Can we get a? We got right there. Can you read it right?
Oh wait, I was responding to that actually. I mean, I will do it. All I said it was how I don't know. I think MD wants to do something different with these shows, but I will say it if you
No,
guys
no. I'm
want.
saying read the super chat real quick, and then
Lasagna, can we get a? It's 2026. It's over, huh?
all right, let's
Yeah.
hear a real one. Let's yeah, do it for real.
It's not gonna be in me because like I have a different like thought process now.
What year is it, lasagna?
It's 2026, but
Thank you.
And what is it? What's the current climate?
it is over, but
Thank you.
it's not over in certain circumstances. Like,
Thank you. At
you
least
know,
there's hope. At least
What's
lasagna
not
now is
over?
finally.
Wait. I want to know
Yeah, it's
what's
not
not
over.
over, though. I want to know what's not over.
wait, give me a second. Hold on.
Yeah, so I would say that this is simply a very brief phase in our existence, at this point. I mean, this is just so video game ridiculous at this point. It's like okay, it's like an inside joke. Like, okay, haha, we were, behind the scenes the whole time doing all this stuff to you. You thought all that stuff was real, and it turned out it was all fake. So, and all the money you use, by the way, it's credit system, it's all fake. Yes, we had to commit genocide on the Native Americans. Yes, do all that, and then bring everyone in, herd them all in like cattle, bring them from all different countries of the world that apparently hate each other. But yet, we're going to make this one country work like this. It happens to be a corporation called United States of America Incorporated. And once you find out all these things, then you realize, oh, I see. That's what this is. So this is just one big joke.
What if
And you see
MD's
people
right?
fighting.
What if he's right? What if we wake up in the pod one day? People say, "Hey, you're out for
Hmm.
5 minutes."
No, I definitely go with that because this is not us. They say you only use 10% of your brain. I would say 1%. And the real us outside this body is a whole nother thing to reckon with. Because the only reason we're like this is because we're in these shackled bodies. If we were outside of this, where we don't age, we can think things into existence. Literally, your mind's eye is your power. Now you're
Wait,
talking real power. But
wait. So you don't believe you have like the ability to have an effect on your immediate like world around you? You don't control none of that. You don't have an effect on it. I thought I did. I thought like I directly had an effect on the world I create around me. I,
oh, definitely, yeah. Why would you take that as not?
well, because you're over here saying, well, once we leave our body, then we can like have I don't know exactly. I don't want to
Okay, well,
misquote you.
okay, right. So that's a much bigger responsibility. Once you leave your body, that's why you're here. Because if you're with these superpowers of thought, you're gonna be doing dumb stuff until you get put in your place and get humbled and say you ain't like Lasagna's like, look, I'm ready to give up my life. See, that's a very righteous high level. He's not gonna mess with he's not gonna play around with those powers, whereas dummies will be playing around with that power, doing dumb stuff. He understands. He's been somewhere before this to understand that. The fact he's already at that level means he's lived something else that made him get to that level because not many people have that. Majority of people are pussies that have balls. So um, that's what's funny. It's a contradiction because Lasagna could seem as a timid dude, whatever he has enough balls to do this and that, but he's got the biggest balls in the world because he's willing to do these things that people aren't even aware of. So
Salute.
that's a different type of thinking. People think alpha male balls on it. You're talking about a dummy that's just going to get himself killed, regardless how tough he thinks he is. So that's just cheering on stupidity. But lasagna is on a
The
completely
older I
different
get,
level.
in my opinion, like an alpha male is like letting another person like uh have something more than you or give them something more because they need it more than you do. Like that's real. You know what I mean? It's
I
not
agree
like
with that. I
it's not
agree
like
with
Well,
that.
having
I
a
thought that was
Ferrari or
a
something
sigma
like
male
that.
or something. I thought that was a sigma.
I don't know. I don't know the definitions, but all I know is it's like acknowledging
I would
that
just call it generosity. Don't call it alpha.
yeah, being generous.
That's our whole purpose of existence, anyway, is to be generous with people less fortunate, who are good people, by the way, just less fortunate. It's a test. It's a test.
Yeah, the
Well,
whole
the
alpha.
test the test brings responsibility, and if you're a powerful being, which we are, and we're put into this shackled environment to learn pain, learn trauma, learn loss, big one, loss, because now it's physical. To where
Limitation.
when you're yeah, patience, all that stuff, because when
No
you're up there
limitation.
and limitation, all that. So you're limited at every level. Being lied to, you're being beaten, you're being poisoned, you're everything being thrown at you, right? No truth, nothing. No matter how rich you are, you still feel like this is some, BS. You see, the fact that you can have rich people that have everything, but yet there's these things that just, they're being lied to, they're being manipulated. They allow those things to destroy them. So this is really a battle of the consciousness about truth. Everything else, the spiritual thing, I think, is the most powerful thing out of all this because that's in essence who we are once we're done with this physical body that we cherish so much with materialism, all this dumb stuff, like my bigger house and all that. That's what people. That's the big trick to make you think this is what you are. The bigger the house and all that, that's going to go away. You're going to die anyway. Like Lasagna's saying, it's not worth nothing. What's only worth anything is the good stuff you did, or you believe that's good. Someone else could look at it as evil because they don't like you, they don't like your color, they don't like where you're from, but you did some good stuff. They're still going to demonize you. Let them go. That's fine. But at least you know in your heart you did that, and you actually fulfilled the responsibility required to pull that off. You didn't bitch out or sell out, whatever. So it comes down to that, and I think that's the only real thing there is. Because when you look around, this thing's a clown show. Oh, you can't take none of this seriously. You
Can I
cannot
jump?
take none of this seriously.
Can I jump in
Don't
real
think
fast?
it. Yeah, but don't take it seriously. You have to get married. You got to have kids and all this stuff. Again, more clown show, more clown. If you're smart enough to understand, wait a second. If I'm in a situation to where I got put through the meat grinder, I don't want my kids to be put through that. I'm smart enough to like, look, I'll wait till the next thing when I'm, that I know this is not, some crazy thing I got to be, jumping through hoops to make sure my kids, okay. That's the point it's gotten to. So they say, oh, you didn't procreate, you're a loser, you're an insult, whatever. It's like, look, you dummy, you didn't even see what's happening. Let me show you what's really going on, because they're not observing. They're living a fantasy, dream, materialism,
They're
dummy.
zombies.
The zombies, exactly. That's what this whole thing's about. So if you continue on that zombie thing, you've almost wasted your time here. You didn't learn nothing. They're gonna put you right back in the meat grinder, and you have to learn again. So I think that's what this whole thing's about. Like, this is not, It's like going back to first grade. You didn't pass, you go back to first grade. You got to go in the special class to help you,
But
whatever.
I do think that a lot of
Yeah.
people are waking up scribe in the sense that a lot of people, I think it was so much easier to fool people back in like when my dad was like in his early 20s and stuff like that. Because, they put up like, okay, house, family, and all that. But because of the internet, we realize that like, marriage isn't really all it's cracked up to be. Owning a house isn't all it's really cracked up to be.
But you know what it is, Lasagna? Because back then, I mean, the number one thing, which is a good thing in most people's eyes, but also a curse, is the amount of choices we have. And that includes women with the social media. Now they have millions of choices, but we also have millions of choices. So it's almost like a catch 22. So, okay, you want these extra things, but with that comes, this other thing that you're not going to like. So it's like, would you rather be right now without no cell phone, just, a dial phone? You have to actually push the numbers on the keypad to actually call somebody. No texting, no video games. Or would you accept all the tech and be like, okay, I understand now that with this tech, there's a responsibility. I'm not going to get what I expected, or it's going to be a little bit harder on these certain things, but everything else is going to be much easier because tech makes your life easier.
There's good
So
and bad in
that's
everything.
that's the trade-off.
There's good
Yeah.
and bad in everything. Nothing's perfect. I mean, MD can vouch for this. There were good things back in the 80s, but there's also good things right now, like this panel we have here. We couldn't have had back in the 80s sharing this information. So there's good and bad. Nothing,
Exactly.
Yeah, yeah. Timbo had something with um, checking out a study, Dr. Ian Stevenson, about past life. But I was thinking that, you know, and this is a deep thought. We might not really ever, just the way we can't ever see the true face of reality, that it will always be something else behind the curtain. We might not ever be able to know who we are, because if we think about it, right, it's logically, it's like, what if that's true? It's like that movie Imposter, even though he did find out he wasn't who he thought he was at the end of the movie, which is a great movie, starring Lieutenant Dan before he was Lieutenant Dan. Um,
But MD, can I ask you a question about that?
yeah.
Because isn't it still kind of a religion? What I mean by that, let's say somebody has a near death experience and they come up to you, or just somebody else who claims to be agnostic. I'm not saying you are,
Mhm.
but, and they said, well, I died, I came back, I know all the answers, this is it.
Yeah,
Now,
now they're not agnostic at that point.
no, I'm talking, they say it to an agnostic, the person who experienced that near death, tell an
Yeah.
agnostic the truth.
Hmm.
Now, that agnostic cannot prove him wrong. He can only believe whether he's wrong or right, but it's still based on a belief. So, isn't it at the end of the day still kind of a religion because it's based on a belief?
Well, it wouldn't be him believing. Like if somebody came to me, it's really saying, an agnostic is saying, look, I don't know. So there isn't really a religion of I don't know. It's saying, okay, I know some things, and then the major things I don't know. I don't know who I am. I don't know what I am, where
Even
I'm
if given the answer, though, even if
at.
given the
Now, if the person comes to me and says they had a near death experience, to me, and a lot of people get kind of upset about this, I'm like, it's kind of like a woman saying she was almost pregnant. There's no such thing as almost being
Okay,
pregnant.
okay. I agree with you on that. And that's the wrong terminology. Near-death experience means you never died. But
Exactly. But
the correct term would be I had a death experience. I was dead for an hour, and during that hour, this happened.
well, the
Yeah,
physical
and
body.
on top of that, we didn't really mention in this conversation near death experience wasn't brought up. It was the fact that reincarnation is a thing that has been kind of demonstrated by people who've actually died and then were reborn and recalling memories from other individuals. That's not a near death experience. That's a full death and a rebirth.
Well, okay, and this is the reason I say I don't know. And I would say they don't know. We can be lied to. You know, somebody could say they died and
Mhm.
went to heaven and talked to God, and their body could be cold, buried, and then they break out the grave and come back. And that could still be like, well, how do we know you really met God? How do you know what God? What if that was just a very, very extremely powerful deity that could
Okay.
bestow that power upon you? And I'm not
Okay, but
saying it
okay,
couldn't.
let's say you have 10,000 of those stories
Yeah, and that's okay because if
corroborated.
everybody agrees with a lie, that doesn't make it truth.
Yeah, but at what point? At what point where's the consensus at? Because I agree with what you're saying, and I don't just like appeal to consensus, but at some point there is a point where you got to be like, okay, everything around me, it reacts and works and is
Okay, I understand
coming
what
to
you're
these
saying, right?
conclusions. Yeah.
Say it happens to me. It happens to those 10,000 people and happens to me. And I'm like, you know what? And they say, well, yeah, you died, right? And you went there. And I'm like, yeah, but I'm still not sure of what it was. Now, certain things like, all right, we can't breathe underwater. That's a fact. We can't breathe underwater. We can use an apparatus to breathe air underwater, but we can't breathe underwater. That's easily to be proven to be like, okay, I can't do that. You can't jump off of a cliff and fly by flapping your arms. You're going to fall and die. Those things can be proven. These are physical, material things. When we get to the who am I, right? No matter what it, whatever they call, a deity or Jesus or whatever, and this is nothing against people that believe in that. It's saying that that could be a lie. That could be an impersonator. I'm
Okay.
saying like it is, but
Okay, real quick,
I
Chris.
agree
Remember, through a
100%.
dream, through a dream, you can experience flight. You can experience breathing underwater. You can experience these things. So basically, what it means when you're not apparently in your body or active in your body, you can again thought can
all right.
manifest things.
What if I'm some type of being that I don't know who I am? Say I'm in disguise. And this is just hypothetical. Say there's a group of beings that created me and they created the consciousness and they were like, well, we're not going to let this guy ever know who he is. He's going to think he's consciousness. He's going to think this and all of that. And I can go through this lifetime saying, yeah, when I die, consciousness lives forever. That itself is not knowing. When people say, okay, the body can die, but the consciousness can't. How do we know that? That's kind of a pipe dream saying, you know what, I really want to believe that consciousness can't die. Like
Well,
when
yeah.
life might not be everything I see around me, and I'm just going on this extrapolation, is based on deception. You look at animals hiding, tigers in the bushes, chameleons, ants disguising themselves, spiders disguising as ants and all that. And it's like, holy smokes, there's just so much deception everywhere. And again, not all humans might be human. Now, this isn't trying to say I'm saying this is 100%, what I believe or whatever. I'm saying it just makes sense. Somebody like we don't even know, like, okay, you could see the child coming out the mother and say, okay, we know that that's the mother, right? But now, as we look into genetics on one of the books I wrote about Nightmare on Sperm Street, where this guy, they take the sperm, they put it in vitro into the tube with the woman's egg, his wife. The baby's born. They test the DNA. It doesn't match the father. So now the lab is like, no, this doesn't have nothing to do with the mother and the father. We put that in there. We know she didn't cheat, whatever. They did test after test after test. And the article was about my dead twin gave, inseminated my wife to have my child born. He had a double signature in his sperm from a twin that was in the womb that absorbed, like a lot of us absorb a twin within the first 5 to 7 days of conception. So that signature was still there. His ghost twin gave, fertilized his child. Just little things like that. A woman.
Well, yeah. I mean, that part you're a master. You're a master of. That book is that blew my mind, and that made me think about which women I should be getting with and all that.
Well, another,
But
I wanted to
but wait, I want to back up the part you said. Who are you? Like you're asking who you are,
Mhm.
and I'm thinking this experience or this limited experience you're in right now doesn't define who you truly are, because you're limited, but it defines who you are during a very extreme situation. And I think that's what they're trying to bring out. Because Lasagna said, I'm ready to, if I have to, I'll lay down my life. I'm not going to kill nobody. If they want to come in, let them do it. So I think that's part of a defining feature of Lasagna. They could say, look, I'm this, if you want to get down in the nitty gritty, this is who I am.
Okay, I
Like
need to jump in here
he's
now
seen
because
that.
I did want to
Quick
say this
question.
earlier, and I was just waiting to say something, and I haven't got the chance, but this is a perfect time. Literally, I think we all have heard this before, and if you haven't, and we could talk about it now. This idea that they say we are not our body, we are not our thoughts, right? Have anyone heard like that kind of train of thought?
Mhm.
And when I was thinking about that, I was like, okay, well then, what the hell are we then? If we're not our thoughts and we're not our body, and I could probably go as far as saying we are not our actions. And I was like, when I was thinking, I was like, I mean, we're not our actions. I don't know about that. I think what we do definitely says a lot about who we are.
Yeah.
And I was like, if we are anything, at least we are the patterns that we choose to consistently like.
Well,
No, I
don't
hear
mind, real quick.
the only
I
way
want to ask Andy a
logically.
question real quick.
Yeah, well, just let me answer. The only way logically, if we were to say, okay, how do I defend? Like, say I'm the lawyer defending you, and I'm saying, okay, this guy is saying that he's not his actions, right? The only way I can defend that is by saying we are in a written play. So we are characters in a play, and his actions, he is not his actions. He is an actor in a play. So those are not his actions. Those are the actions dictated by the writer of the play. So that's
Yeah,
the
but
only.
that's if you don't believe in free will, and I
No, but I
definitely believe
agree
in it.
with you. I agree that, and I think I could be wrong because I'm thinking, okay,
Actually, that's a cop out, Mendy. Actually, to say,
no, I'm
okay,
not.
I was going
I'm
to do
not
that
saying it
anyway.
is. I'm not saying it is. I'm saying that if this is a play, if we are on a stage, then our actions are predetermined. Like I was saying, okay, I think I have free will. I'm gonna pick the pen up with my left hand. I'm gonna stop and change my mind and pick it up with the right hand. So I'm proving I have free will, but it's not really proving it. What if the script said I was gonna do that all along? I was gonna act like I was gonna pick it up with my left and pick it up with my right to say I have free will. And these are just thought experiments to say, okay, I'm not exonerating somebody from saying you did something bad and you're not your actions, because really when you look at it, we seem to be our actions. Our actions are the only thing that can tell you the truth of who a person is. They can say whatever they say, but the actions are going to speak louder than words. So
But
Okay.
yeah, go
Let me
ahead.
say
Hey,
let me
Andy,
say something real quick. Let me
can
hold
I
on.
just
Let me
ask
say
him a
something real
quick
quick.
question, Scribe?
Because I was going to
I've
ask
been
something
waiting.
earlier, and then this led to now just forgot. Go ahead, man.
All right, Andy, you said
Yeah.
about this world is filled with lies and deceptions, right?
Well, a lot of it. There's
Oh,
going to, of course, be some truth, right? But we got to say, okay, what's the balance of truth versus lies? It seems like there's a little more deception than there is truth. And
right.
whenever truth is presented, people hide from it, like seeing something naked. They don't want to see the naked truth.
Yeah, but
It's
here's
like
the
the
thing:
death.
can those lies and deceptions even exist without an absolute truth? Doesn't an absolute truth have to exist in order for lies and
Yeah,
deceptions?
I
Yeah,
agree.
it definitely does. Like truths, absolute truths are based on certain parameters. Like we can't breathe underwater. We look at that and I say, man, that is a pretty much absolute truth
Mhm.
in related into this reality. So saying, all right, if we're not in this reality, or say we're spirit, and we say, well, a spirit, could in theory breathe underwater. So the relation of being in a physical body that's human and water being something we can't breathe, we're saying, okay, that's the relation. If I was a
Mhm.
fish, I could breathe underwater. You see, so it's in relation to being a human that can't breathe underwater.
Right.
And as we change little things, then we start to say, wow, it's relative. Everything is relative to something else in some way. And the action of saying, oh, we're not our action, and I'm surprised as Varun jumped on. Good to see you, man. Because
Yeah.
he might have more to add into this about the
I need to interject right there, real quick.
Absolute truth, we have to
Mr.
find it
Epstein?
because it's affecting our life. It's
yeah,
affecting our
yeah,
life.
We
yeah.
know this, but I'm saying I was trying to interject with something really important earlier, Mr. X, and I
All
thought
right,
you
go
had
ahead.
something
I'll
to
get
override
mine.
that.
All right.
Okay, so basically, here's the proof. The proof you wanted about that, because we've all gone through it. So we're saying at first we thought it was destiny. It's going to happen whether regardless. But then there is an aspect of that. If you left the house 3 seconds early, get hit by the car and all that, whatever. There's that. But then there's also when you're in a dire situation, could be whatever situation, dire situation, and then you have these two entities, these two things. One could be considered positive, one can be considered negative, and each one has a gain. And usually the negative has a higher, materialistic gain, obviously attached to it. So we're sitting here pondering these two things. I can do this or I can do that. So those two things you're pondering are not you. Those are things coming in to present themselves. Hey, you can do this. Hey, you can do that. And apparently, there's these demonic forces that can come in and completely, manipulate you by doing those type of things and make you think you're doing the right thing. Um, but it's like in our mind's eye, it's like we're not really the ones controlling this body directly, as such as
All right. How about if we reverse
when we decide.
that? How about if we reverse that? That we're really the demonic force, and the good thing we're doing is something that's manipulating the real demonic force that we are. So when we think a demonic force is possessing us, no, it's the real us surfacing, and then the good thing starts to say, no, no, I'm going to possess them to be good, and that's just
No,
looking at.
I'm saying that's the test. It's like yes or no, one or zero, right? The binary code. Yes or no. Do you want to take this chance, and there's could be repercussions to it? There could be harmful repercussions, or do you want to keep it safe, but you don't make that money? So these are the decisions I'm talking about. That you're pondering those two things. One's telling you one thing, the other one's telling you the other thing. Come over here to the dark side. Come over here to the light side, and you're having to choose. And I think that's probably the multiple choice test that we're going through this whole thing. It's when this happened, you chose that, and then when this happened, you chose that. So it's literally like what paths you're taking at the same time you're taking a multiple choice test, but those ideas are planted there first to decide what direction you're gonna go.
All right, check out this story. In 1979, Elvita Adams, right? Anybody can look this up. December 2nd, 1979, a 29-year-old woman, Elvita Adams, jumped from the 86th floor observation deck of the Empire State Building, 86 floors, but survived. A strong gust of wind blew her back onto a narrow 85th floor ledge, preventing a fatal fall. She was found with a broken pelvis and other injuries, making her a unique case of survival from that height. I mean, you look at that and say, what the heck? There was a pilot who they were flying an airplane, and this is a commercial airliner. The window in the front of the plane wasn't properly installed and blew out, and he got sucked out, but the co-pilots grabbed him by his legs, and they got a picture of him hanging out. They held onto him until they could land the plane. And I just think of stuff like this and I'm saying, man, this is some wild stuff. It's not as wild as this lady jumping off the observation deck and getting blown back onto the narrow ledge, which, I think some stories say she was blown back into the window. It makes me wonder. It's like, is it written? When people try to do certain things and it's like, how is this possible? Like, what is this timeline? Like, what is time? It's like, how does that happen? I'm not sure. I'm just putting it out there to say, once again, I don't think we really know how much we really know. Timbo says, good to see you. He says, what are we? I'm going with individuated units of supreme consciousness with temporarily varying levels of amnesia. That's a good one.
Okay, let me give you an
Well,
example of that.
I did want to say this one last thing, and that's it
All
about
right,
what I
okay.
was saying earlier about the patterns. Okay, so going back to if we're not anything, we are the patterns that we choose to be. Uh, there are we don't just like make up these patterns that we choose to follow. There are these patterns that have been going on for a long time. These patterns uh, uh, that have to do with, I think, like good and bad, and certain. I don't know. I don't know exactly how to say it. Certain actions. I believe consciousness again is a part of this pattern that I'm talking about because
Hmm.
we choose, like choice. Conscious choice is a part of this pattern that we are engaging in, and we honestly don't know how long like this thing has been going, but that's what I'm saying. If we are anything, we are this pattern that has been consistently going on for a long time, and that's it. That's all I'm saying. And
Well, oh, okay. I mean, all right. You're saying what I wanted to ask is, we know that we say, okay, this is the physical, and then there's the consciousness or the spirit, right? There has to be something else. And that's hard to even conceptualize.
well, the truth. You were talking about how you were literally talking about how there you see more lies and deception in the world than truth, and I was like, well, I mean, literally the baseline of for me, what I see and look out into reality, the baseline of everything is the truth. Even a lie, even the foundations of a lie is based on the truth. You can't have a good lie without the like
Well, the
the truth.
opposite. It's like, okay, in logical questions where one person can only tell the truth and the other person can only lie, but you don't know who's who, right? I used to wonder about that. I'm like, how the heck would you know? So let's just take an evolutionist, right? An evolutionist must always lie. If they don't lie, the theory or their belief falls apart. So they must continually lie to keep their belief going. If they tell the truth, it starts to fall apart. And that's a way that you can use logic to say, all right, look, you believe that, right? All right, so we're going to have evidence to the contrary. If they can't even entertain a hypothetical evidence that will contradict what they believe, you already see, like, wow, this person's like a staunch liar. They're going to do anything to lie to keep their belief alive. This is why belief is so dangerous. A belief can allow people to drink the Kool-Aid, do the Heaven's Gate, the politics thing. So thinking supersedes belief. So if I think, belief gets suspended. And somebody
I,
says, "Is that what you believe?" No, I don't. I don't believe anything.
I
Like, they'll ask me, "Do you have any beliefs?" No. And I'm like, "Well, what do you have?" Well, I think, I either know or I don't know. So it's one of those three things. I think
I
it's
just
true.
want to say, I think people they literally some people they don't try to understand the things they knowledge like they knowledge is power. That's what they want. They want power. They don't want
Yeah, but
understanding. So some people go
power
for
to do what? Knowledge is
so
power to do it. Like if somebody says knowledge is power, but what's the sense of the power? Knowledge is power to protect us against what we previously did not know. So you might not know this person will rip you off or deceive you. So to know that, the knowledge now gives you the power to do what? To prevent yourself from being ripped off from this person. So it's always in relation. When they say knowledge is power, okay, the power to do what? What knowledge, first of all, is it? And that knowledge that you're giving me, all right, I know that this food or this junk food isn't good for me to eat. That's knowledge. Now, what does that give me the power? Where was the power in it? Oh, to keep myself healthy. Because if I know that that is not good, now I have the power to make a choice on a logical choice to say, well, yeah, that's not good for me. And I could still override that. Even though I know it's not good, you can still eat it.
Yeah, it's your intent. That's the only thing you can base your whole thing off of.
Mm-hmm. Azrun, did you have anything?
Yeah, MD. When Scribe was saying that we have multiple choices, right? Like I've been studying astronomy my whole life and even astrology, right? Like you must have remembered that case. This happened a long time ago. This person called Andrew Cunanan. He was a homosexual man. He murdered Gianni versus. I actually like saw Andrew Cunanan's horoscope, and it was predicted that he'll do all these terrible actions throughout his life. That he'll live a sinful life and he'll ultimately commit murder and he'll die by killing himself. All that was given MD. So if that's the case, I wonder, even if we have these discussions, I feel that, like, even though you might be given the illusion of choice, but your path is already mapped out for you, MD, already. Because I too have seen many cases where people have tried to commit suicide
Mhm.
and they failed actually.
Yeah.
They weren't happy with their lives. They tried to commit suicide multiple times and they failed.
Mhm.
Only when death came knocking at their door, they couldn't avoid it.
So, so
It's
yeah.
yeah, they're
So
just
in other
given the
words,
illusion
only
of
So we,
choice.
well,
only
we
when
have to
it's script.
segregate the two first. We have to segregate the two. Some things could happen destiny-wise, like we're saying, like you're saying, and other things could be a result of choice. It's a
Well,
paradox. It's
if
like
it's
I
destiny, there is no choice. The only choice that we could
no, but I'm
have,
saying
right?
it's mixed. It's a mixed
Well,
thing.
the only mix, right, is to say, okay, say you're in a canal, like the Panama Canal or a canal, right? Now you can't go onto the land. You're in a ship. There's just no way you're gonna breach the edge of the canal to start traveling on land. But you can veer to each side. So say there's a buoy in the canal, you can veer to the right and avoid the buoy to the left, but you can't, you're still going straight across through that canal from the Atlantic to the Pacific or vice versa. So is the script written to where small changes like that can be made, but you're going to go forward in this direction in this narrow canal? Or is it written to where you ain't changing nothing? Like I was saying, you think that you're making a choice, but that was already written in the script, like as
Yeah, what
Roman.
about a bunch of
yeah.
bad choices that led to bad choices? A bad choice leads to another bad choice.
Well, that's the thing. Did we have a choice in not making the bad choice? That this is like a very
Okay, like I came to you with a bottle of rum or something,
mhm,
right?
yeah,
You know, like,
yeah,
look, I don't do
yeah,
that anymore, whatever. But then that night, special night, you're like, you know what, I'm gonna try a
yeah.
little bit.
Well, it's kind of like the
One thing
Matrix.
leads to another.
No, no, no. It's kind of like,
Like,
remember when he told the Oracle, she goes, you know, he goes, you already know if I'm going to do it or not, if I'm going to take the candy or not. And she goes, yeah. She goes, that's already written, but you came here to try to figure out why.
it's like she knows my deep essence, like lasagna. Like she knows that he's gonna give up his life, but she probably doesn't know his favor or something else, some other nuance that he kind of did himself
No,
that she's
she
not
she
privy
knows
to.
it's all written.
So she's
Like,
God then. I mean, then if she's
well, no,
God,
no,
then
she's not God. She's saying, look, it's written, and I'm
what
offering.
if she was aware and intelligent
No,
enough to
no.
understand who he was and he was going to do that?
Look at the scene that she's telling him when he's sitting down. She goes, I think she offers him a piece of candy, and he goes, you know whether or not I'm going to take it. Why are you offering it? She goes, well, it's not that I know. Of course I know. She goes, you didn't come here to figure out whether or not that. She goes, you're coming here to see why. So you want the reason behind it. It's like us saying, okay, if there's the play that we can't change, right? It's already written. It's what they say, written in the stars, right? It's imprinted in the stars. Now, what we're doing is just like what Neo's doing. We're wondering why. We're saying, okay, nah, you already know if I'm going to do it or not. You know that I can't change this thing. So why are you even offering it? Why are you playing games with me? And it's like, no, I'm not playing games to you because you didn't come here for that. You came to find out why. You're
Okay,
trying.
so you're unlocking, you're uncovering the real you,
Well,
and then
no,
it's
I
up
don't
to
even think.
you.
I don't think we can find the real you. It's kind of like
No,
once.
when I say uncover the real you, I'm saying what superpowers do you have? Like there could be a guy, he's the best mechanic in the world, but he never got close to cars. He ended up doing some other thing, and he stayed poor. But he could have been the best mechanic because he had a whatever. You know, he
Mhm.
could have been the best this or that, but because he grew up in a certain thing, and they told him all his lies, and he was forced to believe them and do whatever. He could have been the best at something else. He could have made millions of dollars, all these things. What is the thing? Like, do you have any ability to think for yourself and make a decision that then maybe destiny
That-
starts. Like
that
destiny doesn't start until you choose a path or something like that. Like with business, like we noticed that.
And that's the paradox. That is the great mystery.
Can destiny be delayed? Because it
If
isn't
it's destiny, right? Then it can't, right? It's just the meaning.
No, it's inevitable, but can it be delayed?
Can I answer, Scribe?
Yeah, sure.
From my experience, they've timed. The best part is they would time all these events, because I've seen the whole thing. Whatever diseases I would get, everything they were able to predict spot on, actually. So even when I tried a lot of things to delay these events in destiny, I couldn't actually. My thing was also written, and my neighbors actually, he was an old man. He's no longer alive. He had said that. They had predicted that his sons would become doctors, and that exactly played out like that. He said that one son will become a doctor, the other son will become a software engineer, and they were able to calculate exactly like at what time they would graduate, when they would graduate, and all that. And it just came true like the way they predicted, actually, Scribe. So even delaying or thinking that you can find some loophole in the game.
So it begs the question, Azrun, what is the purpose at that point?
Okay, I got
If,
that. I got
if
the
it's
answer
just
because
if it's just a movie.
I got the answer, and I did want to tell this to MD Max real quick. Because literally he was just saying it right now when he's like, okay, this is all scripted, and now we're just like Neil talking to the Oracle. When you were saying that, I was thinking, do you remember what was the sign on the Oracle's door said in that scene that you were just referring to?
No. I think this is the scene where he's sitting in the park with the Oracle.
Okay, well, there's another scene when they're talking, and there's a similar conversation happening.
Okay.
That means the first one. The first one.
Yeah, yeah, the first one. Literally, the sign on the door says "Know thyself."
Yeah.
So that's pretty
I'm not
significant to
saying
the
that
conversation we're having right now.
definitely a script. I don't know if it's a script. I'm just saying if it's a script, right, we can't change it. But if it's not a script, of course we can.
Well, fate and destiny, I think that definitely is a thing where.
Okay, well, then what if you chose a certain path? Everyone's choosing different paths, and that path kind of goes to an algorithm to where these things are going to happen, but you're not really told that. But at the same time, you do have some kind of a choice, because how many times have you been in a dire situation where you're like, you might switch your mind. Okay, no, and then you switch it again, and no, okay, switch it again, and then you somehow make it. But you switched your mind like two or three times, right? So I think there's a little bit of wiggle room there that if you did make the wrong choice, you can at least rectify it, early on at some point, right? So I think
I've heard
rectification. I think the rectification is part of the non-choice, right? Because where does it say, okay, now I have to forgive, all these people, call them up, tell them, I'm sorry. You don't see any of that. All we're talking about is outcomes of, what we perceive as destiny.
It goes back to we are trying to figure out what we're in, and we're starting to see like, man, it's almost hopeless to figure out what we're in. As much as I try not to make stupid decisions, I continue to make them. And I think about that every day. I'm like, I get to the point where I don't even care anymore. I know I'm going to do dumb shit always. And that's crazy, because when I was younger, I didn't
remember no man's an island,
Well,
I have
I'm
to get
always
help from
going to
other
make the
people
wrong
too.
decision, regardless. No matter what happens, I realize I'm like, man, I could have did this the other way. And then I'm like, you know what?
That's always going to be there, even if you're successful.
Well, that's, again, it shows me that no matter what I do, it's just, that's the way it's going to happen. And
that's the struggle. That's the struggle.
I don't even know if it's a struggle anymore.
It is a struggle.
It's let's make a deal. Door number 1, 2, or 3. I'm always going to
look at Mark Zuckerberg, dude. Okay, the dude's a billionaire or whatever, but just look at the guy. Do you think that guy has any true enjoyment in his life? I mean,
so then
definitely not sexually, definitely not with women.
So that means it happened due to a script.
Well, yeah, he had that thing, but he decided that thing. But with that comes some negative stuff, and that's gonna, definitely.
it's
That's
not.
what this whole thing's about.
It's not pretty, and that's the problem. That we want it to be nice. We want life can be nice, but it can also be unnice.
Do you want it to be nice, or do you want to understand?
I would like to understand, and I can't have both. I don't think I can have both.
No, because if you
Sometimes
want to
I thought
understand, if you want to understand, that wouldn't affect you.
if I wanted to be nice without understanding, that's like ignorance is bliss. But if ignorance was bliss, then
See, that's why I was saying my dad is very similar to that. He's doing, on the surface it looks like he's doing everything, sacrificing everything, but at the same time ignoring these other things that I care about because it affects us directly, and it's hard sometimes to, because in my eyes he's obviously, up there as far as good people, but at the same, I'm not anywhere near that. But at the same time, why do I have this? Like I have to do something about this, and he just doesn't see it.
when
What is it?
Sosa came on the stream and he said that consciousness, that we think the spirit verse or whatever, that the material verse could have been created to attract consciousness, right? And I'm thinking like, wow, okay, so if something attracts consciousness, so are we really like that insect that's attracted to the light, the bug light? Is
Okay,
the
now that's the chaos theory.
Well, I don't know if it's the chaos theory, but
No, it is, because attractiveness is non-quantitative, right? So if you have a light, you don't know how many bugs there are, how far the radial, light goes as far as attraction to dictate how many bugs are going to come of it, right?
well, all right. It says here it's a branch of mathematics and science that studies complex, nonlinear, dynamical systems which are highly sensitive to initial conditions. So it's a concept known as the butterfly effect. That's the chaos theory. So the butterfly flaps its wings on one side of the world, it causes a hurricane on another side of the world. So that's a little different from the material world being created to attract consciousness, like a
I'm saying
bug.
I'm saying there's no destiny outcome of that. There's no quantitative factor there. It can
No,
anything can happen.
well, no, it's not anything can happen. It's saying, can we think of something like I was saying before? You have the physical world, and then you have the consciousness that is non-physical, the spiritual world. What else is there? Why is it only those two? Why couldn't there be? What is it like? Let's just say something else created the physical world to attract the consciousness. What is that thing? If it's not conscious, if it's not a spirit and it's not material, what is it? So it's hard to even try to think of that.
Okay,
see,
so that's
very- it-
asking:
it- it-
is there? Because remember, you asked me,
Well,
is there
it's
a
kind of
number
like
beyond?
when you said, "Can you make up a new color?" You see what I'm saying? It's kind of like that. You can't even.
It's not really well. Okay. There's that. Can you make a new color? But also, can you? Because remember, we had to talk about zeros and ones. So why isn't there another number in there? Couldn't they use 3 or 4 or 5? And we're saying no because it's a pattern-based recognition thing that can only use 2 different polar opposites of each other, just like electricity. So it's like you cannot add something. So once you reach the end of an algorithm to understand what it is, you can say, well, what if it's something else outside this algorithm? It's not possible. It has to have the data has to be in there for the algorithm to actually work. So to say it could be some other thing that is causing this wouldn't really make sense, simply because those directions need to be in the data for that to happen.
Yeah, in that structure of a computer that's based on binary code. So then, if it's based on that, of course, yeah, it can't use trinary code because it's just not compatible. But
that's where they got quantum from. Remember?
Okay, but now what about?
And quantum is limited to 0 and 1. What's in between? That's all it is.
Well, what about the computers that they're saying now will run on the slime fungus, on bacteria, on the brain cells of humans?
Right. So brain cells and everything else is going to be transcribed to zeros and ones, binary. So we don't have anything right now that can read.
I thought that they were using trinary code for what is it called? The superposition with quantum computing.
I mean, it's possible, but I'm thinking also, well, how are we even thinking? We're not thinking in zeros and ones, right?
No, we're
The-
thinking
the-
we're thinking in actually it's called uh, analog. That's a whole mixture of different values.
I mean, there is so much stuff that we don't know. But I hear what Scribe is saying. We do know that this thing works on binary code, and that's the way it works. So until there's something else to demonstrate something that works with trinary code, like you're saying quantum, I'm not sure how that would work.
The Russians made a trinary code computer way back in the 1950s.
So how does it work with 0, 1, and 2, or
0, 1, and I forgot -1.
do you know about that, Scribe? Or
I've never heard of that. I mean, that's
Yeah,
probably
look
the
up.
reason why it probably didn't work too well.
yeah, look it up. I'll look it up. Trinary.
Russian. Yeah, it's like an old school thing. It actually worked really good. It was very efficient, and I forgot because of the war.
What
Okay,
was the negative one
it says here
reference? Go ahead.
Ceton, Setun. It was the first modern ternary. So it doesn't say trinary, ternary.
But it's using ternary code like that.
Using
Ternary is ternary. It's the same thing.
the ternary numeral system and 3-valued ternary logic instead of 2-valued binary logic. Wow. There's a Wikipedia page on it that says it was the first modern. So instead of 2-valued binary, okay, wow. This computer was built to fulfill the needs of Moscow State University. It was manufactured by the Kazan Mathematical Plant. So 50 computers were built in 1959 until 65, when production was halted. And operating memory consisted of 81 words of memory, each word composed of 18 trits, ternary digits. Additional words on a magnetic drum, about 7 kilobytes. So it's staying, so it's a new ternary computer architecture, Ceton-70. And the page doesn't exist. That's crazy. So I can't.
Yeah, they were saying it was pretty damn efficient, but the only issue was that because of the war was going on and they had more things to worry about, they were like not really too concerned about super high advanced programming things when they were like, hey, we're getting bombed over here. We need to focus on.
Here, and Wiki can be wrong. It says new university rector considered Bruzentoff's, I think that's the guy that made it, research in computer design a pseudoscience after the Ceton-70 project. His lab was located, but they could be lying because it could not be pseudoscience. It might actually be.
And I believe that it is pseudoscience because the 1 and 0, again, these are not numbers; these are symbols. So I never made that clear because I kind of realized that the 0 and 1, which 0 represents the portal, the gateway, vagina, whatever. The 1 represents the phallic symbol and life and whatever.
This is a question because they say the Ceton computer was destroyed. So once you hear something like that, it's like, okay, so we can't look at it now, right? We have to recreate it in theory and say, okay, how do we even start to begin to build something like that? Because I always wonder, it's like, why couldn't it be? And I might be totally wrong. It's like saying, look, why can't we have a car with 2 tires or 1 tire alone?
It's like trying to change magnetism. You can with a car, but I'm saying it's like trying to change magnetism. Say, I want more than 2 poles. I want different types. I'm saying that's the way it works.
Okay, well, that's a
look at the zeros and ones as symbols, not numbers.
That's a good example. That's a good example. So you want more than 2 magnetic poles, more than the one that repels and attracts. So what else would the other one be? We can't even think of that.
Well, I'm going to jump in here, actually, because when you're talking about the 2 poles, you're actually talking about a certain system. There are different systems, and there are different ways to calculate information within different systems.
Yeah.
So if you're talking about just the two poles, you're only talking about one type of system with a certain type of calculations that can be done within that system.
Yeah. Yeah.
So there are different ways to do different calculations, and that directly applies to programming and mathematics. If we're talking about like the numeral system, yeah, we are used to using you as humans. I forgot what it's called, but we use a base 10 numeral system, so we count by 1, 2,
They
and
have
whatever.
another one that's a sexagesimal.
Yeah, binary. We would never even understand or even think about binary unless we didn't have a whole thing behind it. Like,
And yeah, maybe it's the 10 base unit because, well, our time is still based on sexagesimal because you have the anything within dividends of 6, 12, 24 hours in a day, 360 degrees in a circle. So when we look at how the circle can be broken up into 360 degrees, that's based on the dividends of 6. So that again goes into 6.
well, 3 as well is, I think, a
No,
significant number when we're talking about.
it
What's
can
3%?
go into 3. Yeah, it can go into 3. There's definitely no doubt about that. But the largest number, I think, is what they would it's like saying, okay, what is large? A 12 can possibly do it. So I'd have to look into that. But right now I have the page open with the first modern electric ternary computer, Saturn, and it's saying that it had notable advantages over the binary computers that eventually replaced it, such as lower electricity consumption and lower production costs. So this is deep, and when they tell us this, we got to think. We got to say, okay, are they lying? Are they, because it says computers did not catch on in part because of the hardware and existing conventions. But it's like these are the same people that don't allow the water powered car and stuff like that to exist. So, we got to think like, all right, is the ternary computer suppressed because of that?
Yeah, like, are they actually utilizing it, and then they're just giving us the technology they want to, right? Or
I don't.
what? One last
It,
thing.
it doesn't make sense to me as far as like developer and doing stuff, because when I look at it like the magnetic thing, it's like the 0 is there to provide the power and the 1 is there to chop it up. So it's like you're providing power, you're chopping it up with 1s to see, okay, I need power for this, and then like the databases I was talking about, the associative array databases that use symbols now instead of words, that's going through a massive array of 0s and 1s.
Okay, I'm going to jump
So
in
the
here.
zero,
I
the
need to
zero
jump
and
in
the
here.
one, but the 0 and 1 create the magnetism that pushes back and forth, and then quantum claims can go between that and manipulate those things. But I'm saying the 0 and 1 represents that stage that you're in. You can't go beyond that. That's like, Truman showed.
Or you mean you can't like comprehend anything beyond that? Because I think there are things that are.
I'm saying that's the root of it. If you want other configurations of multiple poles and multiple things going on, you can do that too. But I'm saying at the root of it, you have to use those essentials to create those complex different configurations you're talking about.
Yeah, I think there is this. There is the Mayans use 3. You're talking about symbols here, right? And like literally how things are just basically symbols for.
Yeah, symbols are way more effective than words and all that.
Yeah, so the Mayans use only 3 symbols to represent all digits, all known numbers, and that was like a 0, a dash, and then a conch shell. So that was literally 5. The digits were 5, 0, and 1, and with those 3 digits, that could represent any number that you can imagine. So that is directly going into the whole trinary code, and they used a base 20 system, which was able to process a lot more information a lot more accurately than what we're using now when it comes to
I'm
binary.
not contesting you. There's different odd configurations, but show me where it's being used today as a profitable solution to the next
Profit.
chip and
That's
all that.
the issue. Profit. It's all about
Or
profit.
speed, coolness factor. There's many different things that could help with, not just profit.
No, it's mainly about profit and control.
Is it practical to do this? Is it
That's what
practical to
technology is
find
about.
oil?
Control. control
Well,
and
I'm saying,
profit.
show me an area that it's used in. Is it used the frac for fracking, or is it used for any advanced quantum stuff, or is it used for blockchain, or is it used for crypto, all that stuff? Where is it being used right now that's being effective for that to even be a good idea? I'm saying I can drive my feet, but it's not a good idea to do it. So I can create something that creates, like the fake publicity stunt. Oh man, we got this whole new thing, and it never advanced from there because it was based on a lie. So I think that's why it has a pseudo connotation already, because people saying, well, this didn't go anywhere. It's like saying you have an infinite light bulb and it doesn't exist right now. I can only take that as it doesn't exist because it should be in every household, in the nation. So
Well,
stuff like that.
I was speaking more of the idea of like an inventor has an idea, and because the inventor doesn't have it built, the person doesn't want to believe that the concept is even possible. I think that's more of an accurate thing, maybe.
Okay. So you're saying that he had a special thing to where the government did not want that, just like the water engine, all these things. They don't want this tech out there for a reason,
I didn't
and
say that.
they still. Well, that's the only option there is. It's like either it's a publicity stunt, or it was real, and the government or whoever it was didn't want it out, so they had to squash it or whatever.
I
That's the
think
only
it's
two things I see.
technology that's advancing, and sometimes technology takes longer than other things, especially when the majority
Okay,
of them.
how recent was this tertiary thing being done? Like how recently?
They're still doing research to this day and working on different forms of trinary code, and they're literally saying that they believe, yeah, trinary. That's how I found out about it, because I was doing my own research, and they were saying, "Hey, we were doing our research, and we found out what we're doing was already done back in the 50s, and it's actually very efficient to be doing it this way." So yeah, people are actually re stumbling upon this stuff because they're figuring out it is pretty efficient, and it's been being done in the past already.
Okay, so once, okay, assuming all that is true, um, so they added this extra variable, a third element. What was the benefit of that by doing that? What did they see that was an instant? Was it 100 times faster? Was it more efficient? Did it run cooler? Like what was the benefit from doing that experiment?
Well, from the one I saw recently, they were trying to replicate what is it called? Quantum computing processing power without needing to do the supercooling and have the certain hardware that is required for quantum computing. And they found out that we're able to get pretty close to doing similar mathematical things as the quantum computers if we use trinary code, because that's what
Okay.
the quantum computers are using.
I was going to ask you that earlier. Actually, it sounds like a cheap version or watered down version of quantum computing, to where they're going to take that slip differential between the 0 and 1 and put it in the midpoint and call it one variable, and use that to equate everything. But it's stuck at that one variable, to where quantum computing is saying no, there's infinite space between the 0 and 1. So this is like not even 1% effective versus a quantum, right? Versus the quantum, what do you call it? Randomness. You're
Yeah,
picking
that's
one
why
spot
I
in the
said
middle.
they're not using digital, they're using analog. Analog is based on actual real world physical
Okay,
changes.
I could pick 100 more, and that's still nowhere near the real quantum thing because there's infinite choices. I can pick 100 more and still be nowhere near that kind of power versus just one. One's like the minimum. You'd have to have at least one there to differentiate in between the 0 and 1.
Yeah, do you know
So
the difference between analog like processing information on a digital how the hell do I even say it?
well, one zeros and ones. Another one you can say analog, but like on film, like literally recording on film versus a digital camera.
It's
Yeah,
all
but
processed digitally, and none of it's processed with analog.
they used to have analog computers. That was the thing at one point. Like the tube, the what are those tubes called? The vacuum tube computers. Those were literally analog computers.
and they were trash. So what's your point?
My point is that the way they process information is completely different than binary digital computing, and what you're talking about only applies to a certain type of technology.
Okay, so you're talking about spiritual white noise, radio frequencies, all these things that exist in the ether
I don't know what the
that
hell
we
you're
can
talking about.
access.
Spiritual white
That's
noise.
what it
What is
sounds
that?
like. The only reason you would say analog, when you tell me analog, I'm thinking like hard drives that use the the floppy thing and the disk and all
Oh,
that,
oh yeah,
versus an
maybe I don't know.
SSD,
Yeah,
which is truly digital. So or videotape, backup servers where they use the tape and all that. That's all
yeah.
analog. So I mean,
Oh
when
yeah,
you
they would
say
use
that, okay,
dials and gears. It
yeah,
says here,
yeah,
voltage.
all that stuff exactly. So what differentiation are you trying to make here with the digital versus, because there's a large difference, especially in photography and
Because
other.
analog literally is direct. Well, from what I understand, they use when they're using analog, they're using electromagnetic fields to encode data on, and their electromagnetic fields just it isn't just a one and a zero. Literally, you could encode a lot of information within an electromagnetic field. I would say an infinite amount, if nothing,
Okay,
if
so
you know
that's
how to
not
do it the
okay.
right
So
way.
now we're getting back to Tesla. Yeah, that's off limits.
Infinite amount.
You're telling, so you're giving me a Tesla story from some guy in '50s that in Russia or whatever. Yes, I would say definitely. Okay, that makes sense. That if he tapped into that way before time permitted, then yes, because I've seen that myself personally with tech I've used in the past, how they dumb it down and how they force it back, and then they let it wait another 10 years to go back to where they were. So there's definitely that. But yeah, the stuff you're talking about, yeah, that's a whole nother, because all the whole answer to everything, anti gravity, all that stuff, science, gravity, all that is magnetism. Magnetism, time travel, everything is related to magnetism. Magnetism goes back to the zeros and ones. The magnetism between the 0 and 1 is what's replicated through the binary code. So we're literally replicating the universe's magnetism to replicate simulations that look just like this. So, I'm not going to pretend I did this before. I'm saying this all is coming from these streams that these things build up, and then you start seeing, the fuller picture. But it seems like the magnetism thing is probably the most essential ingredient to anything that we call ethereal or magical or whatever,
Well, it
because
made a
it
lot
does
of
seem like
sense what
magic.
Sosa said about electricity and the sun. That our ether, our ley lines, our magnetic field in this earth is coming from the sun to control our distance rather than gravity. That does make a lot of sense.
Yeah, definitely the sun, all that, definitely. And I think it's not just the sun. I think it's everything, the moon, all these other things that are celestial objects that we don't know. Again, they keep claiming that we're going to fly up there and play golf, whatever. But
That's a
I
whole.
see them as celestial objects, and it seems like we can calculate time. We can calculate all these different, cyclic cataclysms or whatever they are, or other stuff, and other good stuff using those stars. And but they want to keep saying, no, we're gonna go conquer that and all. It's like it's just blasphemous propaganda.
But you know what one guy said to me about the moon? He said he's never noticed it being a full moon for so long. It seems like ever since that Artemis mission that we've had a full moon for quite a long time.
I mean, I mean, right now it's seasonal, definitely, but I mean, in Mr. X, honestly, it's like growing up watching the Jetsons and all that stuff, and you're like, okay, cool, we're up there, it's exciting. So I'm assuming somewhat that we're going to be in flying cars, probably, early, mid early 2000s, around there, based on if you were a kid in the 60s, you actually saw that happen, and they claimed it happened, and apparently it's real. You would think from that progression in 50 years, right? It's not too hard to think that you could possibly have a flying car, or possibly be able to go to the moon if you're rich enough to own a private uh, spaceship or whatever.
Well, if
You know,
magnetism is true, what he said that it's like how they built the pyramids was through electrically charging these rocks and giving it a north magnet pole to deflect against the Earth's magnetic field. then flying cars like the Jetsons are very really realistically possible. It's just using magnetism basically and being able to control it so you could just float through the earth. No jet engine needed, you know.
And see, and it took this long for us to realize that. And it's funny how they give us
I think it's
a
been
glimpse
suppressed.
of it.
I think it's been
Of course,
suppressed.
extremely, extremely. Not
Because
only
think about it, that would
you
ruin a
know,
lot of
yeah.
jobs. That would ruin a lot of jobs.
Oh, it would be in effect today. It would be if that was true, and we can apparently go to the moon. Why wouldn't we have bases and all this stuff there that are public? Again, more lies upon lies, and layers and layers and layers. Because Bill Cooper said claimed that there was bases on the moon. They've been talking about that. I don't see any evidence of that. I've seen through telescope. I still
Well,
see what's up there. I mean,
Tim Pool, he
what's
came out
that?
with a video today saying that the government has told the pastors in the U.S. To start talking about UFOs and aliens, that they're real. That they want to start getting people ready for it. They're going to be disclosed pretty soon. So maybe this is where all this technology comes from. Another race of being that's been here the whole time. That the government knew about it, the elites knew about it, but we didn't. But that's where all that technology comes from.
I mean, that was my initial thing originally after 9/11 because I didn't know anything about this alien stuff or any of that. It wasn't until 9/11 looked into that, and that's what led me to all the crazy stuff with aliens and everything else.
Mm-hmm.
So I try to take that with a grain of salt and be like, okay, if this is true, then I can think of something or assume something that if that's real, then there should be something going on over here or something that possibly happened here that was similar to that because that's apparently the truth. And sometimes when I do that, it's actually there. The evidence is there. Other
Remember, I
times,
saw a UFO.
nothing.
I had pictures of it. I saw it over the Everglades. They're real. Now, whether or not it's government technology, I don't
But
know.
the thing is, the second you say UFO, it already falls into that thing. It's like unless you know exactly what that is, you can't really
It made no
honestly
sound.
Well, that's the
Why?
definition of a UFO. It's an unidentified object. Like if you don't know what it is, you call
exactly.
it
So
that.
it's nothing. It's like you're calling it a UFO. Okay, so something you don't know what it is, that doesn't help. So just the terminology alone is negative. By me saying UFO or flat Earth, it's already negative. But
Okay,
if I
well,
say
what
the
are you supposed to call
realm,
something that you don't know what it is? Because they're literally saying that's a thing I don't know what the hell it is. That's what people are saying. What do you want to call it? If you if, if
But know
you,
what they
an unknown object or something, make up your own. Make up
they've
your own
done
That's
that.
terminology.
basically what they're saying.
They've literally changed the terminology
Yeah,
slightly
they
to
have
say
a million different acronyms. I know.
You could say
What is
unknown,
it?
so.
unidentified. I mean, it's just terminology, but it's the same thing. We don't know what it is, but
And then
it's
you have
there.
USOs and all that. So there's all this terminology. It's like, okay, what are you talking about precisely so we can have an actual conversation? If you saw it, it might have looked like that, but you don't know what it is. Again, that's,
Okay,
then we
so
see
what do you tell scientists when they say they phenomenon? Do you tell them like, hey, be more or less broad because you're saying a phenomenon like you're not being more accurate. I need more
no,
accurate.
I would say, for example, there's only one vehicle I know about simply because I've known it for a long time, and then other stuff came out later that confirmed it. So I don't know if you guys have seen the triangular black UFOs that don't even. I mean, they don't follow the traditional like saucer shape or that. So it's a black UFO with this big light in the middle of the bottom, and there's plenty of evidence that's showing this thing in action. But it's a military created craft. It's not alien or anything like that. It's a military created craft, and it can go in and out of this realm. What do we call it? Uh, Mimicking you what they call alien whatever technology, but it's not. It can't do all the stuff that they can do. But it's limited, but at the same time, it's way beyond anything we have. Um, it's called TR3B. So I could say I saw TR3B, and you can look this up. It's patented. You can look it up in the official patent records. It's called TR3B, and this is the third iteration or whatever it is, and they have many iterations now. But that's the original name from the person that released the document files on that craft. So that's the closest thing we know of, or I know of, that relates to a UFO tech that we can't use. That's using similar tech, but is still using traditional tech with it. So it's not a full blown real UFO like what we think. So yes, it has special abilities, but not to the extent of what you would call out of this world. So you have these reverse engineered stuff, and then you have this other stuff that apparently seems real, but we can't identify. We don't know what it is. We don't know the capabilities of it, and that's what we're basing all our assumptions off of. So we know nothing about any of that tech, and most of it we can't even see what's going on. So
But just because we
when it
don't
comes
know it
up,
doesn't mean it doesn't exist, you know?
no, of course. So I don't want to pretend that I can even fathom what these guys are doing, beyond the veil of what we think is real. So, for stuff like that, if I keep, tinkering with that, I'm gonna go crazy because that can go on forever. It's like, how far do you want to go down this rabbit hole?
I mean, there's a lot
There's
of
really,
species on this planet that don't know that we exist or that we do certain things, but we do. And it's the same thing holds true for something at a higher level than us. Just because we don't know it's there doesn't mean it's not there, and it
well,
can.
okay, that's a good point right there, Mr. X, because when we say spirits and demons, and they want to say, oh, that's just make believe, and then we talk about Bigfoot and Dogman or werewolves or whatever. Oh, that's all make believe movie stuff. So what if all these layers do exist, and there is evidence of a lot of these layers, and there's stuff beyond that we don't even know about,
Mhm.
that aren't in the movies, and don't have occasional run-ins with, that are way beyond us, that leads up to this alien thing or whatever it is,
Sure.
that we're not aware of, and it's all happening at one time,
Tied
and
together.
that's what's affecting the global thing, and we think it's reptilians or whatever.
Some definitely something not perfectly human. That's for sure. You know, that's why I say we got to know who we are first. Are we just
Or
evolved?
could it be a human that's being used in this dimension to, like the Pope supposedly talks to God and all that? I
Well,
mean,
yeah,
like a medium or conduit.
sure, sure. I mean, if we accept the fact that we're not just flesh and bone, that we actually have a spirit and a soul, then we have to accept that there are other spirits out there too. That's logical. That's rational to think that way.
But yet we're not given any evidence of that. We're not given anything of that in school or high school or college. None of this
No, of course
is
not.
even considered real.
No, they want
Okay,
us
well,
to
give me a
think.
second. I'll be right back on the mind. You still there?
Mind.
Okay, I think he's there. Okay.
Yeah, I'm here. Yeah.
Yeah, I'll be back in a minute. You guys go ahead.
Okay.
It looks like who else is here?
So how's it going, mind? Yeah, I think like we were talking about MD about the truth. Um, you can't have lies and deception unless there's an absolute truth. There has to be an absolute truth, and what is it?
Yep.
Right?
Well, yeah, the truth is a thing I think that is always being uncovered, and it's hard to whenever anyone talks about proof, it's hard to give somebody your perspective on the truth that you're understanding because I think, like I said, it's always unfolding, and there's different layers and aspects to the truth. It's multi-layered. That's why I was saying there's different perspectives that you could learn different truths from, and people want to be like, well, I'm not seeing your perspective, like I'm not
Mhm.
mathing the way you're mathing, so I don't agree with what you're saying, and it's just like, okay, well, that's
And you
fine.
see the difference too. Like when you go on Breakfast Tacos channels, they want to shut you down and scream at you and yell at you, tell you how wrong you are. Me, I don't do any of that stuff. I believe I have the truth, but I'm not here to shut down anybody's perspective. I'd like to hear their perspective. Totally different. That's the difference between open mindedness and narrow mindedness, or just zombification. You see it point blank. I mean, to claim that someone knows all the truth is just not, that's a lie right there. That's deception.
Well, that's what I was saying about the whole, like, some people, they get knowledge, they want to have knowledge, or they strive to be intellectual or right,
Hmm.
to know things just so that they can wield that over other people. Like, so it could be into it, if it's like intellectual superiority, or if it's
Yeah,
just some kind of like manipulative uh, advantage that they have because they use their knowledge for nefarious purposes.
100%.
Like, knowledge is a thing people get to use for the purposes of power, not to gain understanding. That's the majority of the reason they use knowledge, and knowledge necessarily isn't always based. Like I said, everything is based, I think, in truth, even knowledge. But
Hmm.
the way you use that, the way you interpret that the way you understand that knowledge really is what matters. So I mean, I think yeah, knowledge is just like a set of information, and it's kind of neutral. But once you start putting your own perspectives and you start acting on that knowledge, that, I don't know, whatever you choose to be influenced by, then that's when it's like, okay, that's it. I don't know where I'm going with this.
Yeah, and that's where you have no. You said something good there, because the understanding thing. Because remember Jordan Maxwell said something important. I was like, you know, you have an understand. So you're building the house, and you see the first level of it. You have an understanding that you have to build that those levels going up. They have to be built a certain way so they can hold the weight. You know, you have an understanding of that, but you don't have an overstanding of what's going on in the top part or whatever. Um, the worst position to be in is to understand. You're under, as in you can get caved in. So I think the perfectionist way of saying it would be you overstand and understand the situation, you know, to make him understand, you know the full gamut of what's going on here versus just understanding. And that is actually, again, misusing terms and words that were used correctly, and not none of stereotypical misidentification and grouping people into white or black or whatever it is they want to group people into and make him just a label. So we never get to the truth, because with truth you have to be able to identify things down to the very little last detail to make sure that's what you're talking about. I'm not talking about this over here. There's a million things over here. I'm talking about this specific model with that specific screw with this specific serial number. I want to know the exact thing to make sure everyone, it's understood and overstood.
Yeah, Scribe,
So
you should
that's an
go
issue
breakfast
because
tacos and do some debates. That'll be classic.
the what?
Some debates with breakfast tacos. I mean, it's an atheist channel, but it's a trip, that's for sure. It's something
Oh, I
else.
haven't.
Mine was
Yeah.
on there. He did a great job. He did a great job.
Nice.
But it's always good to get more traffic. You know what I mean? It's always good for more traffic and stuff like that. You know. But I mean, speaking of truths, there's moral laws I believe that are true, and you don't have to believe in them. But if they're true, they're going to affect your life, whether you like it or not, or believe in it or not. So,
Well, that's what I was going to say. That there's so much noise. Um, I think when you're not in this vessel, you have a lot more clarity and awareness. To where when you're in the body, you're kind of in a traumatized state from birth. Just birth itself. You already come in kicking and screaming, all bloodied up. You don't know if you're going to make it. You're already just coming into this world. You're coming in through a trauma state.
yeah.
So, and from that point on, you don't know if you get thrown into a dumpster, if you have good parents or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
So we're talking the craziest of the crazy. We signed up for this at some point.
We didn't sign up. We were picked.
I would say we would if we want to get to the highest level. We know it's just a life and it's not anything important really.
But we got to choose. That's one thing. We got who we were going to be and what life we were going to lead. That we didn't have a choice in, but our number got picked.
I don't know. I think maybe some people did have a choice. I think some people didn't have a choice. But I definitely believe choice is a part of it.
When you play an MMO, do you choose your character?
I don't not familiar with the game, to be
Well,
honest.
MMO is a
mine.
multi-massive game. Like
Right. So
online.
you do have a random option if you want to go that crazy, but you can't. You do have an option if you want to be a priest or a healer or an attacker or a support thing, whatever. It's like you're choosing that before your character is born.
Yeah, that's kind of similar to how we got here. You know.
No, but you were saying earlier that this is all just random. They just randomly put you in this thing, and you don't know who
we
you
got
are.
picked, but then they let us choose the type of life we wanted. That way, it wouldn't be we'd have some say so in it because the creator wants us to let us have some say so. He doesn't just want to force us into something miserable. Like he says, you got to go, but you can choose what you want, how you want to live, what type of person you want to be, what you're going to experience, what you're going to go through, the hardships and so forth. That's up to you, however you want to handle it.
So I guess to answer the serial killer question, it would be
Mm-hmm.
that eventually you know that's how low it goes, and at some point you have to be that to experience the worst of the worst in order to be the most humble,
And
God
to
in
not
your own
fall in love with
creation.
the world also. That's a key point. Some people didn't want to fall in love with this place. They just want to do their time, get out of here, come back. Other people wanted to love this world, so they chose a different path.
I mean, doing their time can also equate to living their worst possible existence.
Yeah, but if you come here and you live a really miserable life, you're never going to love this world. You're never going to love it. You're going to want to go back to where you came from. You'll never be a part of this.
I don't think it's about loving it. I think it's like putting you through a boot camp and letting you be aware of, look, this is how bad things can get if you don't watch out what you do. It's like taking a kid and telling them, look, there's a gun. Let me show you what's capable of. So if you accidentally push this button here, bad things can happen. So
Mm-hmm.
it's, I see it more of that. Or else there's no really any reason. It's just like a big soup of crazy people coming together and let's see what happens. I mean, that doesn't make sense. So you at least have to take back something of your essence of you, who you were.
You will.
With the limitations of your vessel.
Oh, no,
So
you'll
if
never
you're
be the same
born
person.
a midget, then that's your limitation of this vessel. But yet you're a super god somewhere else.
Sure.
But you happen to be born a midget here because you chose to be at the worst of the worst, to see what it feels like to be humiliated,
Yes.
laughed at, ridiculed, and go through the gamut of just the worst of the worst for something else greater.
They thought they were up for the challenge. They thought they could
That's
handle
the thing.
it.
They thought about it, but they didn't know what it really was like until they got here. And that's
Exactly.
that's the problem. That's the problem.
Easier said than done.
Yeah, and the fact you have people who's like, I'm gonna off myself and all that, and a lot of times you already know that doesn't work because there's some type of force preventing those things. But the fact that there's even that option tells you you're not from here. You're willing to go the other route instead of living here, experiencing this. That says a lot.
Yeah. Some people have a hard time accepting that, but no matter what, you don't get to stay here permanently, no matter how wealthy you are. Bezos one day will have his day of reckoning, just like everybody else.
And that's a good thing, because if you are coming from a higher power, why the hell would you want to stay here a day longer? It's like saying, I want to stay longer in jail forever. I want to stay in jail forever.
Yeah. You look at all the options. Do you want to enjoy this life and have it all, knowing that it's temporary, and then what it leads to afterward, or would you rather just suffer for a short time in the span of things of the universe? It would be a short time.
That's for sure. Yo, we got Gauss in the house.
Hey,
Oh, gee, what's going on, bro?
What's up, brothers?
Long time no see, Gauss.
Yeah, I'm just
Oh, wow.
recording the stream. Hey,
How's the-
where did Anthony go?
Definitely. Yeah, I had to take over, so he had to go. He had to do some stuff.
All right. So how you guys been?
Good.
All right.
Chilling, bro.
So yeah, that's good. Hey, Mr. X, how's? I mean, you don't have to get into too many details, but is everything back to normal in terms of your health and everything?
Well, I still am on that medication. I think I got like 3 or 4 more shots, and then
Well,
I get to go back to trying to be normal, which will take some time, obviously. But
okay. All right. So, but all things considered, everything's going well, right?
it's working, spend time with my kid when I see her, and that's about it.
But do you do you get back your sex drive, or is it still like?
No, I have zero sex drive, zero.
How does that feel?
You get used to it after a while. I guess it's I can focus on other things more. I don't get distracted thinking about women so much. It probably has saved me money. That's for sure.
I was gonna make a joke like he's gonna be like, "Yo, it feels like it never existed." I was like, "That's the best answer."
Kind of a little bit, yeah.
But I every month I go on a water fast for 5.5 days.
Mhm.
And by the third day, like me personally, I lose my sex drive by the third day. But when I
you lose it?
refeed, yeah,
Okay.
yeah, and but like the third day when I refeed, like I start back, I get it back, but it's not like a volume that slowly goes up. Like it's just boom, like it hits me like
Oh, there you
all
go.
at once. Yeah, it's crazy, yeah. So I guess I kind of know what it's like. But
Yeah, to lose all your testosterone, it's I never thought it would be like this, like from what I used to be, before, but it is. It's for real. They can really take away the whole drive, the whole instinct. I never have any interest in looking at a porn or anything like that. Not,
interesting.
nothing at
Wait,
all. Zero
is,
interest.
is there like a sense of freedom that comes with it?
I don't know if I'd call it freedom. I don't know if I'd call it freedom. It's just like it's just like disappeared and it just wasn't there anymore. That's the best way to describe it. It's weird.
So like if you saw a baddie and like a regular chick, you'd be like, the same.
I mean, I could think a woman's pretty, but I'm not going to drool over her like I used to.
All
Like,
right.
can't get her out of my head. You know what I mean? That doesn't happen anymore.
Yeah, because well, I mean that's just more proof that game doesn't exist, right? Because if
Yeah.
it because they all say that if you're indifferent, then that's attractive to women, right? That's a part of game. But now that
That
you don't
doesn't
have a
work.
sex drive, you're like you're really indifferent,
Yeah, then you're really indifferent.
and
I
like they're
saw
not
this
flocking.
this morning. I was watching a video about the streets of Chicago, how dangerous they were, and the guy ended up interviewing one of the street workers. The girls who work the streets, and she
Yeah,
was nothing to look at, nothing hot. You know what I mean?
yeah.
Overweight, nothing that attractive, and she said she made like 5 to 10,000 a month. How are you going to make that much money looking like that, walking the streets? Which is, I would never do that even before. You know what I mean? Because you don't want to catch something, but that shows you game don't work. They can make all this money. These women on the streets, game does not work.
So
Just look at these videos where they go to Figueroa Street or someplace and then tell me game works. Those girls wouldn't be there if game worked. Come on, you know what I
so
mean?
yeah. So Scribe, how you been, man? How's everything? I know that are you gonna do another channel or are you just chilling and making money or what?
Yeah, I had to do pretty much do my own thing. Right, I'm just I'm here to support an MD and all that. So
Are you going to start your
there's.
own channel, Scribe?
I mean, the thing is, yeah, I have too much going on right now. I mean, I want to do it. I mean, I was thinking, it's like, well, if I do, it's not going to be on YouTube. It can't be on YouTube, obviously. So
Yeah.
it's got
But
to
who,
be
who can
on,
we debate anymore, Scribe? They're all gone. Like I said to MD, they're all gone. All the dating coaches are gone.
Oh, well, now it's an ocean of this fake black pillar called clavicular, claim to be black pill. But guess what? Who did he link up with? He linked up with the worst of the worst, red pill
Oh,
fakers.
hey,
That right
you know what?
there, I told. Yeah.
Oh, sorry, Scribe. I didn't mean to interrupt.
No, go ahead. Go ahead.
No. I've never seen Fresh and Fit out, but I've seen Clavicular out twice.
You have?
Like, yeah, I've seen him out twice, and honestly, my opinion, just my opinion,
Mm-hmm.
I don't think dude's hetero at all.
I agree.
I don't
Remember, he
think
picked
dude's.
up a trans at the Aventura Mall, or he tried to.
Yeah. Well, the thing is that first of all, like, if he's supposed to be like this great, like, I've never like spoken to him, right? But for number one, I have zero interest in speaking to him. But the other thing is, if he's supposed to be this great internet like sensation, right?
Mm-hmm.
I don't think he has that much money because he's never been in like the same VIP as me. Like he's always in like the baby VIP, like the mid VIP. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
And like I don't know if you remember like 15 years ago or 20 years ago, there was like this American Idol star Clay Aiken, like before he came out the closet. Like when he was in the closet, like he'd be performing like on stage, and like a normal like hetero dude would like pull, you know how like some performers will pull like a girl from the stand like
Mm-hmm.
onto the stage. Like a normal dude would pull like the baddest chick in the audience on stage, right?
Right.
And like Clay Aiken, he just pulled like some regular like mid overweight chick. Like you could tell like he didn't really care. Like he couldn't really, there wasn't that drive that really distinguishes the difference between a beautiful woman and like a regular chick, right? And that's how Clavicular like interacts with women.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I think um and I think a lot of the stuff like about him, like, you know, pulling girls that are like have boyfriends and stuff. I think a lot of it is staged, and
I
I think
agree.
a lot of it is just rage bait.
Yeah, I
Because
agree.
yeah. So, but at least he's out. Like at least the other dudes I've never even seen.
But I mean, I'm honestly, from when me and MD started, I don't. I mean, I can only expect this to happen. It took him a long enough time to figure out how to monetize the black pill because it was always had the negative stigma attached to it. And then I'll magically notice people like Everett Overton, these guys, Danny coaches come over and steal our content. Like we had the Simp Awards and all these other things, Traction IQ. Next, they're talking about it. I'm like, what in the world is going on? And then he wants to get with us and do business and all that sort of stuff. And he just randomly starts throwing hundreds in there and all that. And all of a sudden, years later, this Clavicular guy comes out, young guy. And it's funny because his initial thing is, oh, I used to hit my face with a hammer. And who was the first guy in this stream to mention that years ago was Lasagna. He was like, you should hit
Yeah,
your face with a hammer or whatever. So they took that meme and made it make believe to say, oh, this guy actually hit. Because there is truth to that, because back in the 1800s, they would use very precise tools to, hit the face, some of these women, rich women that wanted to get a nose job, whatever, but it was brutal. They had to use very specific special tools and hit it with a hammer to break very precise points and all that. But to say, oh, he's hit himself with a hammer, that's not even precise. That okay, what tool, where'd you hit it, how precise, all these things. So again, it's like creating a character, a fake character. He, using the meme as hitting your face with a hammer from the Black Pill, which has already been done for years. So it took him time to develop this character and bring him in with these guys, the Red Pill guys. So I'm thinking it came from that. It had to have come from that because Looks Maxing thing from Wheat Waffles took a while, but now Looks Maxing is a massive market on YouTube. I
yeah,
mean, Google. Yeah. Google. It's a massive market on Google. So before it was looked at as, oh, that's Black Pill stigma. We're not touching that. You're banned, whatever. So now all of a sudden, Black Pill is the thing, but it's been hijacked by this guy. And I don't even think he knows what he's doing. The guy's young. He's autist. Definitely has autism. Definitely
Well,
has issues.
I
And they're
think
trying to
he's
force
lying
him.
about his age. I don't know. I think I have reverb or something, but I think he's lying about his age. I don't think he's like 19 or 20. I think he's older than that.
I think so too.
I mean, either way, you see how green the guy is. You see the dumb stuff he's doing. There's only so much you can act. Especially if you're in Miami doing, you go on these certain clubs or whatever, and you supposedly know these guys, whatever. And it was hilarious seeing Nick Fuentes up against the wall, just sitting there the whole time. That part you can't deny. It's like, yep, that's exactly what that dude is. That dude's definitely.
That's another closet case.
Yeah, definitely closet.
Well, they
But
hijack.
yeah, it's like
all the time.
it's like they took this poor kid and threw him up there real quick. I mean, this dude literally within months, 2-3 months, all of a sudden he's in the news. All of a sudden, I'm like, my daily news I look through, and all of a sudden he's in every feed I'm looking at. I'm like, how in the world? So whenever I see that type of acceleration, I know that there's something going up because YouTube ain't gonna just decide to do that for no reason. So
Yeah, it is.
yeah,
Yeah, it's just unfortunate that I missed MD because I was busy like behind the scenes and um did you guys get it? Because I did hear a little bit here and there, and maybe you guys have been talking a lot about time, but I could talk about time from a physics perspective, but I guess I'll just wait for MD. But in any event, I know you guys were talking about why do computers use binary code as opposed to trinary code?
Analog.
yeah.
Yeah. So like, I mean, did they get into the reason why? Because I mean, I know why.
No, but if
Like,
you want
was
to
there
talk about it.
because basically he was saying it was a watered down version of quantum where they put a midpoint of the variable point between the two poles, between the 0 and the 1, and it's just acting as a third variable versus infinite possibilities, which is what quantum claims it is, right?
Well, yeah. Well, the thing is that it has to do with different states, right? So if you look at, say, for example, I don't know, like ternary code, right? So in theory, ternary would be, instead of up in like 1 and 0, you have 3 states, right? And technically, in theory, that's actually more efficient. But the real reason why, and it does, you're not limited to 0 and 1s. You could, it has to do with the base of the numeric system. So, for example, the numeric system that we use in our everyday life has base 10, right? 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and then it repeats, right? So in binary, it's the base is 2, so it's 0, 1, and it just repeats. So if it was trinary, it could be 0, 1, 2, and repeats that way. So you can, I mean, computers, you can essentially create hardware that would operate on any base, right? But the real reason why we use binary code has to do with the transistor, and the transistor has to read 0 or 1. So 0 would be at 0 volts, and 1 would be at 5 volts, right? So what happens is that's the most reliable way to build hardware, right? So if it would, so the thing is that in the real world, you have resistance, you have heat, you have imperfect conductors, so you're not going to get 0 and 5 volts. So the computer reads like anywhere between like 0 and like 1.5 as 0, and anything above 3.5 to 5 would be a 1, right? So that middle area noise, it still will read an accurate, the computer will read it accurately, as opposed to like ternary, it would be 0 and like 2.5 and 5, right? And then the 2.5, well, that could be lost in the noise. So that makes the computer unreliable. So, I mean, that's the real reason. I don't know if I was making.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, I see what you're saying. I mean, I always saw
Yeah.
it as an identifier between magnetism, like two poles. Like within these two poles, these things can exist. Anything outside of this would be non-practical. But I see what you're saying, that you can assign variables, but I don't think that's like, what would be the reason to separate RAM instructions, or any type of separation of something to make it more efficient? Like, would it be faster, cooler? Like, what would be the advantage of
Okay, I
having
want
those?
to I want to say something real quick. One of the advantages, because he just said it, there is more of a sensitivity to certain external things. So literally, uh, there would be different things that in the surroundings would directly affect a, what is it called?
The
A
transistor.
no, well, I want to say not a digital, but a analog computer. So the fine tuning and the sensitivity to the surroundings, uh, uh, the computer has is a benefit, which can be considered a con. But if you know how to use the con the right way in the right situations, it is actually a pro. It's you could use those cons for beneficial things, like sensitivity. Sensitivity is a good thing in the right situation.
Yeah, and also like logic, right? The strongest form of logic, or one of the strongest forms of logic, is deductive reasoning, right? So what deductive reasoning says is that if you have a two premise, if the premises are true, then deductive reasoning forces the conclusion to be true if the premises are true, right? And the thing is that that works most cleanly and simply if you have either a 0, 1, or a true or false. If things are either true or false, right, then you have clean logic, right? Now, if you just introduce one more dimension, like true, false, and some other thing, right, then that makes it doesn't just add a little bit of complexity. It's like infinitely more complexity. So that's another reason as well why you want to stick to the 0, 1, on, off. What do you call the quantum computing, electron spin up or down? That's another reason why.
Yeah, there's this thing called the three body problem, which like kind of introduces this idea of randomness into a system that I think is kind of interesting when we're talking about the encoding of information. And yeah, I think adding a third variable into, let's say, like a mathematical system, when we're talking about the baseline for whatever the heck, I forgot how to. I'm not good at my words sometimes. When we're talking about the mathematical thing, uh, I do think adding an extra variable, it does help. It is very helpful in ways that can be a little hard to really see. But you do know what the three body problem is, right? Like you add a third
Yeah.
equation into a thing, and then it causes like a system to go into a state of chaos, kind of. After a certain point, like you're unable to uh, predict what the system's going to do, even if you
Okay,
know the
let
initial
me
state.
interject. Let me interject because I just pondered that question with AI, and it says that what you're saying right there. It says, why don't we do it? Why don't we use a tertiary or base 10 or all the way up to 10? It says because of the fuzzy problem. The problem is physics. If we tried to make a base 10 computer using voltage from 1 to 10, the computer would constantly get confused. If the power dips slightly to a 7, it might look like a 6 in binary. 0.9 still looks like a 1,
Yeah, but no,
etc.
no one said to use the base 10. We were talking about using trinary code. Ask it about trinary code because base
Well,
10 is,
I'm saying
yeah.
trinary or all the way up to base 10. I'm saying either one has
Yo,
some type of issue.
yeah, I think it doesn't make sense to use to the way you stated it. If we focus on, because I agree, like it is kind of nonsensical to use our human mathematical system for computing purposes, like efficient computing purposes. But if you focus on the initial thing we've been talking about the whole time, trinary code specifically, the AI is going to give you a very broad thing, and literally it goes along with what you
Okay,
believe
can we
most
at
of the
least
time.
agree that the trinary thing would be for a specific issue or specific hardware
So
that you're trying to build for a specific case?
I would like you to re-ask the question again about the trinary code, if you don't mind. Just like specifically that instead of adding that extra thing in there about.
Man, who cares about what AI has to say? That's what I've
That's
said.
true. That's true, but I mean, I think it is really good at like some logical stuff. If
Okay,
you ask
but
it that
basically what it's
question.
saying is we have to change the architecture of the hardware to accept more than one on and off. So the transistor have to accept these multiple numbers or one number to
Yeah,
know what to do at a billion calculations per second. Is that efficient? Does that help? They're saying it can store a lot more information. Is
yeah,
that a good enough benefit for this as far as speed and everything else?
Yeah, it introduces huge issues in terms of like reliability. I think that's the biggest issue, just in terms of
Well,
hardware.
here's the question, Gauss. Why would we go? Why wouldn't we introduce this first before we went to quantum computers? That's so much more crazy out there. Why wouldn't they introduce uh, third or fourth or fifth or whatever options? You know, to add more computing power and be able to store a lot more as an option. Like that hasn't even been brought up whatsoever.
Oh, well, you mean why? Why? Because why not that before quantum computers? You're saying?
marketing,
Yeah, I'm
propaganda.
saying you would think that they would start us off simple before you jump to quantum. You say, okay, if we do a tertiary binary code or trisary code or whatever or quad or whatever, we could benefit much more because we're still stuck in this binary thing.
I don't think you get much benefit. It's you have a trade off in reliability, right? And the processing is the same. Like if you can make a computer that reads binary code, you can make. Remember, it's built on top of assembly language, right? So you can make at the time that they made binary code, you can make a hardware with trinary code or whatever code, and you get certain trade-offs, you get certain efficiencies, but you lose reliability. So I don't think you get this huge advantage of it. It's not like quantum computing, because quantum computing has to do with instead of zero and ones, you have electron spin, right?
Yeah,
Described,
You have
right?
infinite possibilities and two things existing at one time in
At
different
one time,
locations and
yeah.
all that. So why would they jump to that craziness before going to this other one that we could change the hardware to a third or different transistor? You know,
Well, because the thing is that it could have been done at the same time. Like there's an infinite distance in terms of like we still the biggest problem with the quantum computing right now it had a lot of promise in theory, but it's really not panning out with qubits. And they're very very hard to run because
Well, the
um
same thing that we have with the whole analog. It's very sensitive to change. Like we have a problem with keeping accuracy. Like it's just very similar to what you were saying with
the quantum computer, yeah, but it's
yeah.
infinitely harder than even the analog because remember you have to create essentially a vacuum, right? And you can't. The problem with the quantum computers are things are always interacting with it, right, from the outside, and it's very very hard to kind of create a a system that with zero interactions or an interaction zero interactions on the quantum mechanic level, and that's the problem that they're having. That's why they have to be super cold and all sorts of other stuff going on. So um I mean, I think
was it like
IBM.
negative 350 or something?
Yeah. I know. I mean, I personally haven't done too much work with quantum computers, but I do know that at CERN, whenever we had to make a repair at CERN, we had to wait like months to get the thing to warm up enough for we could actually make repairs there. So, I mean, that's another issue.
That's crazy. I mean, I know we're talking very deep on the technical side, but switch it up a little bit. How you doing with the, on the side with the ladies? You have multiple in there now, or you just sticking with one, or and then how the club scene thing is going? Like
Oh yeah.
from
Well, it's going crazy, man. Last year I turned the big 4-0, and
congratulations, bro.
yeah, I live, and yeah, we celebrated in Monaco. It was crazy. It
Nice,
was yeah, it was
nice.
crazy. It was yeah, it wasn't me. I have two Hungarian friends that I met through Formula One, and they got the yacht, and so we had the yacht in the harbor at Monaco, and it was a lot of fun. But I've basically been focusing more on like businesses, on like business and building even more wealth and stuff because it's just gotten easier and easier. So like when I built my first business, it was very hard. Like it was like 4.5 years nonstop, 7 days a week, no weekends off, no holidays or nothing. It was miserable. It was a miserable experience, but it was like a learning experience. And so, like, what took me like 4.5 years to do, I could do now in about 18 months. And so, I was building that, and then I said, well, if I can build a business from scratch in 18 months, you know, can I just turn around existing businesses and get the same result? And then 2 years ago I started that, and so now I could go into a business in like 1 to 3 months, turn it around, and either just sell it right away or just hold on to it. So that I just been basically doing that for a while. So
Nice. That's good. I
what about
mean,
you?
if you can at that level. Yeah, I've been working on multiple projects, but yeah, Panama, the real
Scribe?
estate thing is what I'm focused
Mr.
on.
X?
Um, yeah, Mr. X, still there?
Yeah, I'm right here. I'm right here, just listening.
Yeah, can you hear Scribe? I don't think I can hear Scribe.
I can hear Scribe. No, I heard him
You can't hear
perfectly.
me?
I can't
I
hear
can
him
hear
at all. Oh,
You can't.
let me
Yeah,
come out and come back in.
Mr.
I
X, can you hear
don't
me?
know what
I
happened.
can hear you.
No, I
That's
can hear you, but I can't hear Scribe at all.
That's weird.
Yeah, let me come out and come back in.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, man, a lot of changes. I was about to say about this AI. I don't think the layoffs are going to stop. AI's taking jobs. We can't get out of this.
Yeah, I don't think we've ever seen a transitional period go this quickly. It's like seeing, the horseback to the moon. That was ridiculous, but now this is going quantum speed at
It
rates
is.
that we can't prepare for.
I mean, MD would hate to hear this, but I did go through a drive-through today. I won't say the name of the franchise, But every franchise now, if you go through, they're doing AI. At least here they are. It's a robot talking to you, not a person taking your order.
Oh yeah.
And
And
they're
all
getting.
and all the annoying phone calls, right? All the
Yep.
yep, everything.
It's getting to the point you don't know if it's human or robot. They sound so real.
I mean, that's actually a good thing because now you can assume. It's like I'm gonna assume it's a real person. I'm gonna treat you as such. I don't care if you're an AI. I'm gonna treat you the same way, and if you understand, good. But
And I didn't think it was
oh,
bullshit. I saw this video. They showed a girl walking down the street, pretty girl, but it was a robot, and it was fooling people. So they're getting pretty realistic now.
yeah. I mean, we're gonna see the culmination of that. I mean, it's good right now in its particular purpose. I'm just afraid that now it's going to be AI versus thoughts, as in who can think of the most crazy thing.
Mm-hmm.
Now that you know you obtain this power, now we're able to do just crazy stuff. Because at the same time, yes, the jobs are going, but at the same time, it can empower you if you understand basics of AI. Because Gauss's genius level AI, before the AI stuff came out,
Most
he was
people
already
aren't at
working.
Gauss's level, though. That's the problem. That's a problem.
Yeah.
Scribe. Yeah, I can hear you now. Like, what are you saying? How are things going on with you, with the ladies, with the businesses, and stuff like that?
I mean, the business thing is about to kick off. The ladies things has always been going, and it's yeah. I mean, I almost got caught recently. We had two come over at the same time. We're trying to come over at the same time. Thank God, the one wasn't able to come over for some other reason. But it's like it doesn't get. I prefer just having the one and enjoying that versus messing around. I mean, that's the one thing that's always kind of messed it up for me because it's like if you have 3 or 4 or 5, it's like you don't value nothing at that point. So unless you value it, then what are you doing? You're wasting your time. So that kind of I need to like cut down on that and like keep it to one. So that's the main issue. But
Oh yeah.
but what about you? Like, did you get with the one or what? What's going on with that?
No. Well, I'm still with the lawyer chick, and I still have. Well, I've always been polyamorous, but yeah, I still have like the one main one that's been going on for like 10 years. Bro, she's gonna be 30 next year. I'll be like, yo, I'm dating a 30-year-old.
You already know the rule, bro. I mean, come. I mean, Leo's like, yo, 25, 24 now, man. Yeah, that's too much. I can see why he does that. I'm kind of the same way with that. I'm not the same with him, or whatever, but I'm just saying the kind of same way as far as that, because there is a big difference, definitely.
So when Mr. X, when he's done with all his medication, he's gonna explode, man. You're gonna hit the tootsies and everything.
I don't know what's going to happen, to be honest with you.
So I mean, what happens? Do you just get it? Do you get it back, or are you gonna have to be on TRT, or like?
They say it comes back, but not the same amount. You know what I mean? I may have to take supplements if I want it to really come back, So, you got the globe here?
Yeah, and then you see who this guy is. Golden Play. Who is this? You gotta mute yourself. Or Golden Sai, whatever your name is.
Oh, Golden Play.
Yeah.
Hey, Max.
Golden Play. What's going on?
This is
How are you?
Scribe. Who's this?
Is this Max?
This guy. Yeah, who is this?
Who is this?
It's Golden. You were on my stream.
Golden Play. I don't remember that name.
Sai.
Oh, Sai. Yes, Golden Sai.
Mhm.
When was you talking about MD though? Is that what you're talking
Yeah,
about?
MD. Yeah.
Yeah, I haven't been myself.
Yeah, he dipped out.
But,
He dipped out earlier before I got on.
Oh, did he? Okay.
Yeah.
How are you
A
guys
woman
doing?
or a man?
I am a female.
okay, Mr. X.
I don't know.
Okay.
I do not sound like a dude.
Okay, no. All right,
So you said that the MD was on your stream. You said recently.
Yeah. Friday.
Okay. Oh, great. And what was the topic?
Well, it was supposed to be paranormal experiences, but we always get off topic.
So did you know about the previous channel, American Zombie, or did you just recently get to know him?
No, I just met MD Friday.
Okay, cool. So you got anything in your mind about the
No,
topic,
I
about the
just
mind?
I just popping up to say hi.
Do you believe in evolution?
Do I believe in evolution?
Yeah.
Not really.
Oh, that's good. Because it's a lie. That's my title says.
But I do think we can change
Yeah, but
and progress.
we didn't come from monkeys. Is what I'm saying. We did.
No, we didn't come from monkeys.
Yeah.
Not at all.
So what did MD have to say about time?
What do you mean about time?
That was the topic of the show today. I came on after MD left, so I think Scribe and Mr. X was on earlier. So what did MD have to say about it? Time.
I mean, it was
Um,
more a pondering question, and then I came in later. I was like, look, there's actually is an experiment with this that it runs through a 20-year period. I don't know if you guys, Art Bell, you know who Art Bell is, right, guys?
Who?
Art Bell,
Art Art Bell.
radio guy. Yeah, Art Bell.
Oh yeah, radio guy. Yeah.
Yeah, he's the radio guy, so he's big, big time. So he, some guy called Mark Markham or something like that, and apparently he was messing around with like a small contraption he made to, I guess, test magnetism on some level, and then he would throw coins at it, and he realized the coins would literally teleport like 2 or 3 seconds later into another location in his room and fall on the floor. And he thought he was basically testing some machine, but then he kind of realized, like, wait a second, these things are popping out in different areas. So his original intention wasn't a time machine; it was experimenting with something with a magnetic field. And then he started experimenting with animals and stuff, and then eventually himself. But the thing was that his lead up to that is completely documented by Art Bell. He would call on the show, and the people on the show, the audience, are the ones that funded him to now get professional equipment. Because before that, the first time he came on, Art Bell called him Madman Markham because he went to jail for a little bit because he decided to steal some transformers from like an electric company that had them out in the yard, and that they weren't like protected. He just took them, and then later on they found out, came and arrested him, whatever. And then he won the show, and they found, he's telling a story, and then people in the show were like, "Yo, what if we, donate and get this guy actual lab to do this because he's already been vetted by Art Bell for a while." So they literally built like a facility and all that nice equipment, and the people that donated got to go there. I don't know if Art Bell went there himself personally, but the people that donated got to go there, got to see the facility and all that, and they got to test the machine and everything. So this went on for like 20 years, meaning all that stuff led up to that, and then he tested on himself, and he tested on himself. He ended up 2 years in the future to the east. He ended up in Ohio. So originally he was, I guess, more west towards the west coast, and to get back to the facility, he had to like do some random work or whatever to even get back and remember and stuff. And when he got back there, all the equipment was gone. Everything was there was nothing there, just the building. And he called in the Art Bell. And then he called in the Art Bell show again finally after 2 years, and he explained to Art Bell what happened. And again, this is going on many calls through a 20-year gap, and at the very end, he just disappeared. So either he went back into the thing, who knows what he did. He might have found a new thing to go further in the future, whatever, who knows. But there's a 20-year like documented thing from Art Bell directly and his audience funding him directly. So there's bank statements, there's all this evidence of this happening. But he's saying they can't mess with the past, but for some reason you can mess with the future. And it's done through an electromagnetic, configuration. I don't know what it is, but I don't know if you heard about that. But
listen, I know it can be done. This is not really physics or anything, but so I mean, I don't know about Art Bell, but like I've seen like paranormal stuff. I mean, I can't do any of it. The one area of my life where I've not had any success whatsoever is like in the spiritual realm. But I can tell you that even though I can't do anything like that, because it seems like it's not just from the art ball that it's not just time travel; it's also teleporting, right? And um, when I was 7 years old, every summer I spent with like a Native American tribe in the Midwest, and I can tell you, like they can do some stuff that I believe it. That's all I can say when it comes to like time travel or teleport. Like I don't think they need to.
Yeah, because he originally he thought it was like some form of teleportation. Excuse me, teleportation, and then he figured out no, this thing is doing something beyond that. But that part, I don't remember how he explained it, but originally what he thought that's what it was. It was some form of teleportation, but then eventually he figured out, oh, I can adjust, time because he would use, went from pennies to hamsters to cats, who knows, whatever, and then eventually himself. So all that stuff is led up and documented up to that point. And then he's lost for 2 years, comes back, calls our Bell show, say, yo, I'm back. I just lost everything. So I know you guys funded me $1 million, but I lost everything. 2 years later, I had to like work and stuff to get over here. It's crazy,
That's funny.
man.
But yeah. So I mean, I know that it's real, but the thing is, I mean, not paranormal stuff, but just in terms of physics. The interesting thing about physics is that they can't really, like, if I were to say like what exactly is time, it's always defined relative to the lens that you're looking through. Like like Newton had an idea, then there's a quantum mechanic definition, then Einstein has an idea. So all I can say is that, like, if Scribe, if somebody said to you or Mr. X, what is time? Like without going to like the spiritual realm, like just as a definition, like what would you say that it is?
It's a non-physical. I don't know. It's a non-physical force that we go through.
Okay, Scribe, what do you think?
Sorry, but I had to walk away because I had a call come in.
Sorry.
Time. So actually went over this earlier about the time thing because I had some new understandings of recent that what we call time is of importance to us, uh, mainly because we have a finite life and we degrade. So time is important, and it only really exists because we need it. And if you were out of, if you were out, if just your consciousness was out of this body, time would not be relative at all. So that's the difference. And we get time for what revolutions of the moon going around the earth, earth going around the sun, the cycles of the astrological chart and all that stuff, cataclysms, whatever, and all that. So time is being based off certain evolutions of certain objects that are endless, timeless, what they call wandering stars or whatever it is, doing their thing in revolutions, just like a vortex creating an engine, creating power to power this thing we see here. But they want us to look up there to say, that out there is a massive, endless universe, and they never point to here. So it wasn't until someone said, "Look, what you're standing upon is the universe. It is the thing you have to explore." But they want you to look elsewhere to find the answer, and that part always got me like back and forth, stuck in the middle, like which one to go with. So, I'm just observing at this point, and not reacting to any of the propaganda or anything that people get mad about. Oh, Trump did this and all that. I'm gonna get mad. It's like, bro, it's just all a game at this point. I don't take nothing seriously at this point. I can enjoy my life and just chill. Everyone's taking all that stuff seriously, bro. Really? But yeah.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I can say like from a physics level, like, and this is not a spiritual thing, but just like on a physics level, it's a dimension that's intrinsic to the universe. Just like you have 3 dimensions of space. Well, if you have to have a position, you have to have a when that's associated with that position. But that's pretty much it. They can't really. I was just thinking, before climbing on, like, and it never really occurred to me that there is no set definition of time absent relative to something else, so it's essentially something that forces causality, or it's the thing that separates
I'm just saying.
cause and effect.
What I'm saying is the just the word time, the definition of time, is a completely artificial calculation based off certain movements that you could call time. But I think when you're talking to the universe itself, time is not an issue. I think it's more cyclical things happening. You could say at certain times, but I think time itself it would only be relevant if you only had a certain amount of time to do something. And had to be documented and everything with very intricate timing logs and everything else. I could see that. But if you're not even concerned with time, where time doesn't exist as far as you existing, then it wouldn't exist in your realm, in your existence.
All right, fine. I have a question. All right. So say you're immortal, for example, and nothing degrades. Would time exist for you in that framework that you just said?
Can I answer that question,
I
Scribe?
mean, go ahead, bro. Go ahead, Ashwin. Go ahead.
Yeah, there are a group of immortal beings called Siddhas Gauss Newton. They have transcended time, space, and causation. I think time is a supernatural force that limits you to bodily consciousness, that makes you more self-identify with the body, that is very limited by nature. So these immortal beings, they've transcended bodily consciousness, right? There is one Siddha, actually, an immortal being. Siddha means perfection. Siddha Purusha means a perfected being. So he is at least lived for a very long time, actually, 26 Chatur Yugas. So one Chatur Yuga is roughly around 1 million years. So 26 Chatur Yugas means it's like roughly 26 million years. His name is Kaka Bujandar.
All right,
So
Ashwin. See,
he
I
actually,
already forgot what we're talking about, and I actually made a joke last time about your conclusion leads up to some guy walking around who's 1 million years old or
yeah,
5,000
you can
years
check it
old
on
or
the
something
net.
like.
You can check it on the
Okay,
net.
I know.
All of
It's
it
the
you
same.
can
You
check.
give me the same answer. You keep telling me I can check it, and this guy. But I mean, the thing is, wouldn't you say you're basing your answer off something uh, that has an answer for everything? And it's going to say this one dude that's walking around for 1 million years, whatever it is, he's a god,
Yeah,
demigod, whatever he is. He's caused all these things.
they have actually.
Versus using evidence of what you actually see. I think that's the struggle we have to get actual
Yeah,
evidence.
if you want
Because a
evidence
Christian
regarding
could say
this,
Jesus. What if a Christian says Jesus is the one that did that and it wasn't this guy? What you're saying?
actually Jesus Christ is also immortal in a sense. What do you say, rose beyond the limitations of the three bodies, and even though he was crucified, it wasn't his death. Actually, he was able to fully ascend in spirit. So he just appeared to die, actually, but he transcended space time and causation a long time ago. There's a way of doing it too, like you die and you're reborn until you finish the cycle of birth and death on this physical plane of existence. Then on the astral plane of existence, you keep dying and you're reborn, but the death won't be very painful like
All right,
the way it is
Azrun.
on Earth. Yeah.
The input is awesome, but you're going so beyond us right now. It's like you're explaining the cosmos and what's beyond that and what's going to happen, everything else, as if it's just as if it's it. And you're speaking with authority, and I tend to believe that more from someone that sounds real, who we know about, and you speak the truth a lot. And the way it's coming out of you, I have to accept some of that and be like, okay, damn, he's going way beyond. I'm trying to grip myself and hold myself before I get blown away because you're going way too far. So you need to you kind of dissect that to lead it up to that. You can't just say all that and be like, But yeah,
Okay.
I hear what you're saying. But Gauss, real quick, do you have anything about that? What you said?
No. Well, I mean, I was kind of just listening to what he said.
I got a comment on that because I think.
But one thing I just want to say is it's good to speak to Asvarone. It's been a while, brother. You sound different though. There's something. You sound a little different in the voice. I don't know.
Actually, tell him, Azrun, you actually accomplished what we've been talking about for years, right?
Yeah. I finally got laid, Gauss Newton. Finally, after a very long time.
Hell yeah! Did the plumbing work?
What do you say? She was somehow able to make it rise up, and she was a Thai female.
So she was
So
a,
she was a Thai. She was from Thailand, and she was able to help me sustain it for a brief period of time, not very long. So I was able to do it for a brief period of time with her, and finally got it over with this year, actually, some
Or,
months back.
oh,
we gotta be careful. We have a
that's
lady
actually
on the.
great. Was it pay for play or like a real thing?
Yeah, pay for play, pay for play.
Hey man, hey,
We
respect,
have a
respect.
lady
But
on the panel, though. I just.
Sorry.
Oh, sorry. Oh, sorry.
no, whatever, man. Shit. I want to hear about it.
Hey, it's a
But
celebration either way. We gotta give the guy because he's
yes, it's.
years and all that, and
Wait,
that finally happened.
So,
Yeah.
did you do it before you turned 40?
Yeah, I'm 39 now.
Hell yeah, dude. Because if you hit 40, it would have been all over. No, I'm just joking.
Yeah.
Well, it's already over for everybody, but that's another story.
Yeah, I think Golden Side.
But I just wanted to say
yeah, I
something,
think she
Scribe,
wanted-
about time.
What?
We can't ignore
Are you-
time. We can't ignore time because it affects our physical. Like you can only go so long without drinking.
Well, that's
some
what I'm
water.
saying. The only reason you care about it is because you degrade. So if you
It's a
didn't
force
degrade, the
subject.
time wouldn't be as important to you, right?
Right. Like how long can we go without eating or drinking? There's a time. Time affects that.
But yeah, well, that goes back to my question for Scribe. If if um if nothing degraded, right? In his framework, would time still exist?
Can I answer that? Can I say
I
something?
could, okay, every time I try to say, go ahead, go inside.
I'm sorry. No, if I interrupted, I'll back up.
It's okay.
Um,
Yeah,
you came
Golden.
up
You
for a
need to
reason.
get used to. You need to get used to us. You need to get used to interrupting us. All right.
It's all
We're gonna
right, go
talk.
ahead.
We're gonna talk about like profound stuff, and then we're gonna talk about getting laid in the next breath. So like, just so you get used to us.
That's the old channel, Smash TV. Yeah. So whatever. So yeah, go ahead.
um, so wouldn't you measure time by the moments in your life too, like failures, achievements, letdowns, successes, and stuff like that? So if your body didn't degrade, you would still measure time through events, I would think.
Not really. I would see it more, even now, I see it more there as like a pain, a trauma, or something that happened, or a good thing. The good things you never remember. You just remember the trauma and pain. I mean, that's what's, like the Trent Reznor song, Hurt, where he's like, pain, the only thing that's real. So that's, I think, what stands out more about when they say time or life itself. Just time, man. Going to jail, going to prison, time.
Yeah.
It's letting you're there for a reason, and it's almost like being here in this realm. Even if you're in the wrong, you grew up in the wrong neighborhood, it could be worse than prison. It could be, somewhere who knows where, eating garbage and all that. So I mean, it's like we don't understand what we have, what we're gifted with, versus what's actually going on in the world. And when you look at that, you're like, man, God's not a good person. Allowing these things to happen, and you're just thinking to yourself, well, what is behind this? And then you realize it's all been fabricated for your consumption, and you've been paying into the system and supporting it, rooting for your favorite whatever team and all, political thing and religious thing and everything, all the way up to whatever. You have to relearn everything, and that most people don't get to that level. That's why we have the streams. So that's one of the main reasons we have the streams, to say, I was wrong about this. I'm going to have to relearn this. And most people don't want to do that, especially academics, anyone PhDs, whatever, spent who knows how untold amount of money on getting that, student loans, whatever. And they're like, I based my whole life on this. And now I have to change everything.
But something has to be good, Scribe. Something has to be good. Otherwise, there's no evil. There's no wrong. There's no oppression. There's no sickness. Something has to be good. I mean, however you want to define what is that good, but it has to exist.
It's like you came from a heavenly place, apparently, sent to another heavenly place, Mr. X. It doesn't make sense.
No, this isn't heavenly. I don't believe this is heavenly. This is physical.
Right. So we can't appear, no matter how much you want to coat it, sugarcoat it, you're gonna get the truth real quick.
Just like deception and lies, there has to
true.
be an absolute truth, and just like evil and evil.
Oh, sorry. Golden Side wanted to say something earlier. She's still there, and we
Go
never
ahead.
got to give her a chance. She was talking about time.
No, that's all. I measure time in events. So like the first time I drove a car, I was such and such age. You know what I mean? Like what I've done. Not necessarily my body deteriorating, but what events occurred during my life.
But you'd admit your body's subject to time. It affects your body.
Yes, it does. I'm not saying that it doesn't, but how I look at it versus like how some other people may look at it is I measure the events by
Sure.
time.
No, absolutely. I'm just saying it's a force. No matter which way you slice it, it's a force that we have to face.
True.
Yeah, we have to face the force of
So,
time.
real quick, does Psi stand for psychic?
Yes, it does.
Oh, you're a psychic?
Are you an intuitive or medium or
No, I'm a
what?
psychic.
Oh, wow.
Okay, straight up psychic. Okay, so you've been
Straight
able
up
to
psychic.
read certain events.
Yes.
What
I
about
don't talk
people?
about people as well.
Oh,
I
really?
do different things, yeah.
Are you
So if
getting
we were to
into?
ask you just off the cuff, if you could just summarize real quick, if it's even possible, let's say 9/11. Was there something beyond that? Is the official story the official story? Like, what did you gather from that event, or was that even something you even looked at?
I didn't even look at that. Be honest with you, I dreamt about it in 81.
Hmm. Can I ask you a question,
So,
Golden, about psychic?
what?
Is there different levels to it? Like, do some people have a higher level ability than others?
Different levels. Like, people can do different things.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? I don't give psychic readings on live streams.
No.
I'm very picky about who I let in my energy
Mm-hmm.
because I don't charge.
Oh, that's good.
So I
That's
don't
good.
take money for it, but I don't do it for anyone, just anyone.
Do you ever get any
Okay,
vibes
so
from
to
it?
keep it like that, entering this panel, do you have any like what was your initial read?
Yeah, that's a good idea. That's a good question.
Um, well, I kind of based it on meeting MD,
Mm-hmm.
um, and he was very kind of professional, and I liked the way he held himself on my stream, and I liked what he had to say.
What's your stream? What's the name of your stream?
I'm Golden Sai.
Golden. I'm gonna look it up right now so I can
hmm
subscribe. I'm gonna do that right now.
So my stream's about all things supernatural kind of deal. I
Mm.
don't usually cover cryptids though. Um, I cover Mandela effects, personal Mandela effects, which is changes in people, and paranormal activity, stuff like that. I
Golden
just
Psychic is the name.
Psy, PSY.
PS.
Can you do? Are you limited to psychic stuff, or could you do other paranormal things?
As in, be specific.
Well, we were talking about like time travel or
I don't time
teleporting.
travel. I don't try. I don't time travel or teleport or astral project. Um, I get messages in from spiritual realm. I get visions in, and I have prophetic dreams.
Oh wow. So yeah, the spiritual realm. That's how I figured how it works. You communicate with
Yeah,
spirits.
yeah. I communicate with spirits.
Oh wow, that's interesting.
Golden say?
I don't. I don't. I don't summons them or
Hmm.
do anything like that. They come in. I take the message and go with it.
How many times a week do
Uh,
you go
go-
live? Just out of curiosity.
I usually go live Friday nights,
Oh,
9:30 or 10 p.m. Eastern,
great.
and sometimes I do pop-up shows in the middle of the week.
Okay, well I subscribe to you, so I'll get my notifications. That sounds interesting. I'm,
Thank
I'm
you.
really into that stuff, so I really enjoy
So
it.
I just covered one of
Hmm.
my previous live streams was time travel,
Hmm.
and that's what kind of made me want to come up here because you guys were talking about time travel.
Yeah, no,
uh,
definitely, definitely. And you
uh,
getting any
go-
vibrations here by chance, or from the spirits, or
No,
no? Just
no,
curious. Just
no,
curious.
nothing came in.
I think it.
uh,
Mm-mm.
Golden say?
Yes,
Is it okay if I can subscribe to a channel and hop on your stream?
Um, I'm kind of picky, but sure. I have to get to know you before I took a chance on MD because I
Hmm.
wasn't
Okay, okay,
originally going to let him on the panel, but I'm kind of glad I did.
okay,
Some of my subscribers are in your chat and have been in your chat tonight as well. Mr.
okay.
Super Signwider and Ricky's on there. Well, he was on there a couple minutes ago. So yeah, I'm all about, you know, promoting other people's streams as well.
I'm gonna let my daughter know
Oh,
too, because I think she loves to hear about that too. That's
I
awesome.
also do astrology
Hmm.
streams.
Oh,
I'm
great.
due to do one probably this week
You know,
sometime.
that's an interesting thing because I never thought to even ask respectfully to a sidekick the astrology thing because it clashes with the moon landing and the whole thing with you can go play golf on these planets, all these things when it's not being
Play
respected.
golf.
It's kind of yeah, it's blasphemous to say that you could do to that to the the luminaries, the cosmic luminaries in a sequence to be able to even have something like tarot exist or anything these things that astrology to exist. It's like a giant clock that can predict much more than just the current time. What's your thoughts on the whole thing with the moon and being able to travel these places and
Well,
space versus good?
I believe I'm not an extreme person, so it's never just one thing or the other. It's never like positive, negative. There's an in between. So as far as the moon landing goes, I don't believe it's all true, but I believe some of it might be, if that makes sense.
That makes sense to me because I think some of that stuff is very high level. Like I said, I think there's levels to this, and maybe your spirits. I mean, you can correct me if I'm wrong, but there's certain information maybe the spirits won't divulge. Is that correct?
Yeah, pretty much. But do I think we went in 64, whatever, 68, whatever they said we landed on the moon? Probably not, but have we been there since? Probably.
Okay.
Okay, let me ask you this question because apparently, from what I learned, and there's also a video out there of a reporter asking a scientist back in like I don't know, it was like 1960, like maybe 10 years before the moon landing. They're asking them, they're saying, yeah, we're going to start a project to go to the moon and explore and all that. And then the scientist tells them, I don't know if that's possible because we've already established that the moon is some sort of cosmic plasma, like the sun, the moon. Sun is the positive, moon is the negative dielectricity that creates the vortex of the rotation of both these things, and that also extends all the way out to the cosmos to connect all these other planets and to create like a very complicated calculable time variance that also goes into tarot and psychicry and all these other things. Um, I don't see a way to mess. I would consider that a heavenly thing, just like the sun or anything else that's doing that, that's keeping this thing going. I'm gonna respect that. I'm like, okay, those things up there, I'm not gonna pretend to even try to mess with that. Oh, let's send a missile into the sun and see what happens. I mean, stupid stuff like these guys, thinking this. So dumb stuff like you don't respecting what's going up there, and you can say I'm gonna land up there and play golf and all that stuff.
I
Just seems
think
like
it's
very
funny
big
when you say
disrespect.
play
Yeah,
golf.
they did. They literally went up there. So instead of bringing valuable equipment, they brought golf clubs and a ball and all that stuff, and that was their evidence, quote unquote, of being in the moon. It's so ridiculous. But I mean, I thought from your understanding of the astrology, does that make sense to you? Which one's more real to you, astrology or the moon landing? It comes
Astrology
down
is
to
more, if I had
yeah.
to pick between the two,
And
it
I'm
would
going to
be
keep that in
astrology.
the mystical category, as and I don't know what that is. It's up there. I can see it, but I don't know what that is. I'm going to pretend I'm going to go up there and land on there, and do whatever, and uh, do what we did to the Earth. Oh, we have to leave now because of whatever.
Well, there's a lot
It's
of
just
things that
yeah.
have gone on that people have noticed with the moon and the sun. Um, a lot of weird different changes, like the sun changing color. That's one of them. like it used to be kind of a yellowish tint to it. Now it's bright white. And the other thing, the moon moves way faster than it used to before. So there's things that are going on better.
Golden, I have a question.
Mm,
When it comes to like the paranormal or even your psychic ability or anyone's psychic ability, is that something you have to be born with, or is it something that you
you're
can
born
develop?
with.
Oh, darn it! All right.
You're born with. Um, I can't get rid of it either.
Yeah.
So nobody can take it away. Nobody gave it to me except for I was born this way. And um, nobody can take it away. It is what it is. It doesn't, I can't shut it down. I can ignore it
Mm-hmm.
and, you know, kind of go on about my day. But if it's something that I really need to know, it's not going to let me ignore it.
Yeah. Okay.
Scribe.
Wow.
Wait, as Varun, what's your opinion? Because
Uh,
I was talking to Scribe and like Mr. X earlier. Like with me, like I'm interested in the paranormal stuff, and like in every other area of my life, I've been successful. Like but when it comes to spiritual stuff, paranormal stuff, like I've read a lot of books. I meditate every day. I've seen other people that have like abilities like Golden, but I can't even. I'm not. I can't progress at all for some reason. I don't know why.
Well, she said it was
Well,
a spiritual, right, Golden? It's a spirit that does the
yeah,
work, right?
it's a spirit that communicates. Spirits communicate. So I can't say this is who is giving me the information because I don't even know. It
Mm-hmm.
just comes. And it's about discernment. You know what I'm saying? It's
Discern.
about, yeah, piecing things together
No,
and what's
real
valid
quick.
and
So,
what's isn't.
when it comes to you, can you distinguish your thought versus it? Like, does it say it like in a voice thing, or does it come
Yeah.
out as a thought?
Yeah, it'll just come out
So,
of nowhere. It just comes out of
so,
nowhere,
so
dude.
it's
It's just
audible.
like
It's an audible
it's
message, not a
audible
thought.
and visual because I go into
Right.
like a vision.
Oh,
And
really?
the vision's pieced out. It's like pieces of a movie where they'll show me things and I got to figure out what the hell.
Do you
Like
think it led to you to the stream? Like possibly? Like I don't know.
I, it could have led MD to mine.
Oh, okay. I'm just curious. Yeah.
But yeah, I don't know. I something allowed me because I don't usually put people on like I go through a checklist. If I
Mm-hmm.
don't know the person, I usually say, can anybody validate for them that they're not like psycho? You know what I mean?
Oh, of
Because
course.
people on YouTube sometimes.
No, they're psychos. Trust me, we've dealt with them.
you know,
That's why we get suspicious when somebody comes on.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
you
Yeah.
know.
There's a long
We've had
history
a
of
lot
us
of
dealing
them.
with seconds.
So, you got to watch. So, but I said to MD, I said, you know what? I'll take a chance, let you on. And I said, respect my stream, respect my people, and if not, I'll kick you out. It was very plain. And he
Oh
was
no.
very respectful, and I liked what he had to say.
Oh, he's very
And,
respectful. Yeah.
and he put his link in to his channel. So he was live the other night, and came and checked him out.
He's an
And I
author.
liked it.
He's written like 5, 6 books already. He's an author.
I know I wanted to talk to him about that too.
Mm-hmm.
Um, but like, so it could have been something because I don't usually do that, but I didn't get like oh, you should let him in type thing. I
Mm-hmm.
just took a chance.
Oh, I'm glad you
Is,
did.
is,
I
is
found
the
out.
spiritual realm like an omniscient realm? Like is it like an all-knowing realm?
Like,
Golden.
what do you mean by all knowing?
Like
Like,
when the spirits send you messages, like what kind of
no, because
messages?
you have choice. You have choice. So usually when I get something in, I'm like, okay, they shouldn't be doing what they're doing, or they're headed a certain way, and I can help them possibly not head that way. But ask me this, or answer me this, and you guys, if you could, why ask a psychic for advice but not take the advice?
It's a good question.
I get that a lot, and that's why I'm asking this. I'm still trying to understand it. why people come and ask me for advice, and then when I give it, they don't take it. And then they come back and tell me they should have taken it. So I don't quite understand that. Um, I just try to help people. I know how hard it can be. I've been through a lot in my life. Other people have been through a lot in their lives too. So if I can try to help somebody, I will. Um, but again, I've let the wrong people in my energy before, so I'm very picky about who I let in.
Oh, that's understandable completely, especially
Yeah,
now.
well, I think people want to be validated, and maybe if what you say doesn't validate what their beliefs are, maybe they're not going to take it. But I mean, that's not specific to like psychic, because I can tell you, even though I don't have any psychic abilities or whatsoever, I'm pretty successful in business, and people come to me for business advice, and whenever I give them the advice, they don't listen.
They don't listen either.
They don't listen either. Yeah.
What's
Scribe.
the point? Right? What's the point? I also do astrology birth charts.
Oh
So,
wow.
which I do chart. I do chart by hand.
Oh
I'm
nice.
old school like that. So
Yeah.
I do birth charts for free too.
Can I ask
I
you a
don't
question
charge
about the
anything.
spirits real quick? Do you think the spirits aren't bounded by time, meaning they could go forward in time and back in
Oh
time?
yeah, they can go where they want.
I've always thought that. I told MD that. That's my belief that they just don't have any bounds of time because they're an
No,
art.
they can go where they want.
Yeah.
Um, like I
Scribe.
think
Yeah, that's right. So,
No, let Golden say finish. I just wanted to ask your permission. Gauss Newton had asked me a question. To reply to him, I just wanted to cam up briefly and then I'll cam back down. I needed to answer Gauss Newton's question regarding progress or something. He had asked, so I wanted to show him something and then I'll cam back down. Let Golden say finish and then if it's okay, after she finishes, I can cam up and talk to Gauss Newton briefly and then cam back down. He asked me a question.
okay, we got it. Yeah, so go and finish, and then
okay. I was just gonna say I think the hardest thing is for me is to seeing stuff that's gonna happen to me or people I love,
Mm,
and there's nothing I can do to stop it, and that's the hard part.
sure.
so you would say that's destiny.
Yeah, it's gonna happen. I've tried to derail it several times, and I can't. I just say
Are you
they're.
able to at least delay it?
I can delay it. Yeah, I've done that,
But Golden, don't you
but
think that was factored into the vision of the psych of the spirit that you everything you did was already factored into their vision?
I do. I do think it was all factored in, but it doesn't mean when you care about somebody and you love somebody, you're still going to try, right?
Oh, absolutely, absolutely.
So it's kind of like one of those things. You're still going to try, but it's hard.
Oh,
So
Golden,
basically, what you're
I,
saying
I,
it's it's like real quick, it's like Kurt Cobain. The harder you would have tried to manipulate that situation, I mean, I don't know. I mean, but I don't know if you know who Kurt Cobain is.
I
yeah, I
know
know
who
from
Kurt
Nirvana,
Cobain
right?
is.
Yeah, from Nirvana.
Yeah,
Nirvana.
Nirvana. So the
Yeah.
whole like, why did he shoot himself? Whatever. Um, it's like if you already kind of knew that beforehand, you would try to stop that or whatever, astrally or um, psychically or in some way. You're saying,
But you
but you can
can't
only
stop.
delay it.
Yeah, you can try to stop, but it's going to happen.
Yeah.
Like I know what I see is going to happen if path doesn't
So straight
really
up,
change
Final
sharp.
Destination. You've seen that movie, right? Final Destination.
Yeah,
Mhm.
it's going to be Final
Okay.
Destination.
But I have a
But
question for Golden.
Wow. Okay.
Sense.
So Golden, you believe in destiny, correct?
I do.
All right. So my question, and I'm curious what you have to say about it, is: do you believe that destiny and free will are mutually exclusive?
What do you mean by neutrally exclusive?
If one exists, the other can't.
No,
Yeah,
because you can be
yeah,
destined to do multiple things. So I can give somebody advice. If they take it, they could take a turn in their life and it would lead them down a different path. That's free will, whether they choose one or the other. But if they stay on the path that they're on, they're destined to do it. But the things that I've seen that I have tried to derail and couldn't, that had to do with life and death that I could not control.
Yeah, because
It
it's
was going
probably
to
factored
happen.
into it. Your vision, it was factored into it, everything you
Yeah.
tried to do. Yeah.
It was a warning. It was just letting me know to prepare.
Yeah.
And how far in advance do you know before it happens, and how much time you usually have to tell them?
Um, I think the longest I can recall was a year and a half.
Wow.
So you're basically telling this person, your client, okay, year and a half, I see this,
It wasn't my
and it's
client,
like,
it was my nephew.
okay, your nephew, personal.
Mhm.
Okay, that's a tough one.
Yeah, I saw.
Okay, have you had it with a client to where even though you made all the appropriate preparations, it's still didn't work out?
No, because I don't follow through with what they chose. And it's usually them coming back to me, how do I fix it?
Mm.
Type thing. Like, okay, I didn't take your advice. What do I do now?
Okay,
Um,
even better. So now, second go, you tell them, they follow your instructions. Does the vision change, or is there any update, or does it stay consistent? Like, that's no matter what happens, that's it.
it depends on the person. I can't. It can be both. Is what I'm saying.
Okay, I'm just asking, have you ever seen a change? Like, is there one to where it was originally a vision and then maybe it changed midway through, or an altercation, or something that happened that altered it to be a different thing, or he came out better? It was this, but he something happened.
Like they didn't take
Uh,
my advice, but they came back to me, and then it came better because they took my advice the second time. Yeah, I have seen that.
okay.
And then I've seen where they didn't take it a second time either. Again, why ask, right? So, but I've seen it go both ways, I guess you could say.
What do you think about people who practice rituals? Do you believe those things exist, like the certain rituals that go on? And
I don't mess with any of that. I don't mess with rituals. Um, I don't mess with Ouija boards or
Mhm.
anything like that.
But you believe they exist, though. Like you wouldn't do it, but other people do.
I wouldn't do it.
That
No,
that's why she doesn't mess with it, I
that's why I
think.
don't mess with it
No, but I'm just saying
because
it.
I know it can. It can do.
Yeah, it exists. Is all I'm saying. That it's real.
Yes, it exists. Yes. I don't I don't touch spirit boards. I have a something I say. I don't do three things other than Ouija boards and stuff. Around the house I don't do mirrors. Mirrors are a no-go.
well,
Dolls are another one.
well,
Hmm.
well, here's a perfect question, I think, because we've all pondered this, and you're the perfect person, I think, to answer this. Would be: is there a form of reincarnation, and are you able to see past lives or certain phobias that one has that didn't get it from this earth, but it was a previous experience that made that person, be afraid of that thing?
Yes. Yes and yes. Yes, reincarnation is real.
Hmm.
And yes, you can see past lives. And yes, you can be afraid of something that
Wow.
happened in a past life now, but not know why you're afraid of it.
Wow.
Which is why I don't mess with dolls. I don't know what the hell
So,
happened with the doll, but something happened.
What about
so
crystals?
is
Do you mess with crystals?
Um, I believe in healing crystals like amethyst and stuff like that. Quartz is good. But am I like huge into crystals and that kind of things now? But can they heal you a little bit? Yeah, I think so.
Just on their own, or does it require some type of uh, practice or something? Something has
I
to be
don't say
done.
any practices or anything.
No.
You can feel good energy when you have rose quartz around, regular white quartz, normal quartz. Um, Jade is a good one too. There's, if anything, you get a type of energy or a vibe from them, which can make you,
okay.
act different.
Yeah, definitely. I've heard, yeah, certain gems, certain material, stone, jade, definitely. Um, have you ever had any negative, because you are having these visions, have you had anything encounter that or counteract that or come in and try to mess with you
Yeah,
saying we don't
I've
want
I've
really?
been attacked. Yeah.
Oh, really? Sleep paralysis?
No.
No, Mr. X, I'm asking her, Mr. X, I just asked her if, because she's doing these things, is there repercussions for her doing this? Because majority of
Yeah.
us don't have this ability.
Other
So,
entities coming in.
yeah. So what happened? Can you explain that?
I was taken over, and it took a couple months to fight it. So when you're taken over, you're doing things that you wouldn't normally do.
Mm.
It's repetitive stuff. Like I was unlocking and locking the windows every night. It was like I didn't know why I was doing that stuff. Like it's almost like a
So it would have been like a half possession, like something is forcing you to do this, and you're just
it's
observing it.
controlling me, but I know inside it's not me that's doing it. I just
Mm.
have to
Okay,
fight
so you would
from
say that
doing it.
could be a full possession.
I wouldn't say it's a full possession because obviously it didn't take possession of me, but um, I could I could fight it back.
Oh, you
It
could.
was trying. It was trying. It's basically like it was having me do things that I wouldn't normally do, but I was still conscious enough in my head to know I wouldn't do them. It was just a matter of stopping it.
Mm.
Golden, I have a question.
I do have a question,
hmm
Mr. Gauss.
Well,
But
well,
the one second, the thing
sorry.
that I was doing the most was unlocking and locking windows, walking in a U shape around my bedroom, and throwing up a lot
I had
and
an aunt
not
who did
sleeping.
that. I had an aunt who did that. She was schizophrenic, but same
And
routine.
then it just went away.
Hmm.
It's like I went
Golden,
into
I
a
have another question.
meditative. Yeah.
No, no, sorry. I thought you were done because when you pause, like I think you're done. So
Okay.
wait, continue with your meditative. Yeah.
No, so I went into a meditative, no TV, no phone, no nothing, and getting back to who I am,
Oh, great.
fighting it off. It's kind of like you have to actually fight it.
I'm glad you fought it off. That's
I
good.
am too, because I was scared there for a minute. Honestly, I was really actually afraid.
Wait,
Um,
so you actually did it yourself, or did you seek help at that time, or did you
I
do it?
tried
Like
to
how?
seek help. I tried to seek help, but every other psychic I could get in contact with wanted to charge me
Yeah.
Wow.
for their
So you
help.
did it on your own.
I did
That's
it on
pretty.
my own.
That's wow. You're a survivor. You're strong then. Yeah.
I'm also, and I know this sounds weird to a lot of people, I'm also a Christian. I believe in God. I believe in Jesus. I don't
Good.
believe in the. I don't believe in religion, if that makes sense. I'm non-denominational.
Absolutely. Me too. I'm non-denominational, so organized religion I'm against because it's hell. It's a false religion. It's the false. I agree with you on that one for sure.
Golden, I have a question
hmm
for someone that's sensitive like you, um, these things. Are there is there any truth to like energy vortices? Like I hear there's like a huge one in Sedona, Arizona, or like do you find that when you're at certain locations you have better access to the spiritual realm than when you're other locations, or do you think it's just intrinsic to you?
It's just to me. My gift is just to me. But there's some certain places I refuse to go.
Mm. Can I ask you a question, Golden?
hmm
Um, is it possible for a person, let's just say, to live with a being, an entity inside of them for their life and not even know it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
hmm
So somebody could like say somebody like some ritualistic situation where they put something in you that they could put a demon in you or a spirit being in you and you wouldn't even know it.
I don't know if I'd go that far.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I don't know if somebody else can put something on you. It would, um, I think there's a generational type thing. If like someone else in the family is open to it and it gets passed down to a child, and that child doesn't realize and is ignored, and when they're trying to tell the adults something, listen to the children when they talk and they see something in the closet or some shit. There might be something lurking.
Mm-hmm.
Like, don't think everything's imaginary kind of deal, because
Right.
something might not be. So yeah, it could attach if someone didn't know and they were open to it. But people do crazy shit stuff, excuse my language, but
Sure.
people do crazy stuff. They're like, you know, they're playing with Ouija boards, doing rituals, and thinking all this is just fun and games, and it's not.
Well, I mean, like at a high level, like people who really know what they're doing. They really know what they're doing. Like they can create disassociation, like to like kind of separate the spirit from the body a little bit through trauma, to allow space for another spirit to enter in and possess, sort of thing.
Okay, now we're talking about MK Ultra stuff. I think we're getting a little bit out of scope, Mr. X.
But
Now.
I'm just saying, if she's
Okay.
But you,
aware of
you,
it,
you talking more about demonic possession. I think because she was saying she
Huh?
she knew instantly, right, Golden, that this thing took over. It's not you.
Yeah.
yeah. But I respect her
You're
opinion.
observing it.
She had an opinion on it. That's all.
So basically,
Yeah.
she's saying that it's an obvious thing that she doesn't think there is a possibility of something alien coming into you. You're not gonna know about
Not
it.
alien, but spirit.
You have a
That it could happen.
spiritual alien, whatever. Um, that you're not gonna notice. I mean, you should have there should be a sense or something trying to come in. Maybe it might not be identifiable initially, but then it keeps happening, and you realize, okay, that's not me doing that. Something else is there.
Right, but
Right.
But
And usually the behavior is obvious if you have anybody living with you, or you have a best friend or a partner or multiple partners. Somebody's going to notice something. Because
mm-hmm.
my husband definitely noticed me, locking and unlocking. He's looking at me like, what the hell are you doing? You know what I mean? So, and I'm kind of looking at him. He's like, I don't know why I'm doing this. So it's kind of like that. Your behavior will change if you have something attached to you, because that's what they would want to do, is control you. It wasn't anything demonic that took hold of me. It was something that was nefarious. Like, they just wanted to play. They wanted to see what they could do, try
Mm-hmm.
their boundaries. And I want to say this, like, everybody, when they talk about this kind of stuff, they talk about automatically go to demons. That's hardly the case. That's a move in the movies and stuff like that. Most spirits are not demonic.
are there cases of any demonic, like actual cases of that? Do you think, or
I do. I do think there are cases of demonic stuff, just like people see angels. I'm sure there's demons around. I haven't experienced it and don't want to. So I'm good on that level.
No, trust me, you don't. You don't want to see them. They're awful.
Nah, I'm cool. I'm cool. There's certain things that I'm not saying exist or don't exist. I just don't need to have proof of either or. You know what I'm saying?
because I think the same way you're reacting, the Vatican is very much the same way. Is that we see how hard it is to prove, oh, that's a mental problem. You got to take them to the psychiatric thing, versus okay, get a priest from the Vatican who's certified in what's it called, exorcism.
See, that
From
I
what I see,
disagree
it's
on.
well,
I
apparently that they
disagree.
need proof before they'll actually do anything.
My my thought on exorcisms and how hard it is to get, if they're not afraid of any, like, if somebody just has a mental illness and you do an exorcism on them, it's not going to hurt them. Do you know what I'm saying? It's not going to
No, I'm
hurt
saying
them.
it sounds more like they're not even going to waste their time. It's like, look, most of these
Right.
things are just crazy people. We're only going to we're only going to spend time on an actual case that has evidence outside of the psychiatric realm, and there's supernatural things happening. They're floating or whatever, doing some crazy stuff. So it seems like they're very specific on who they choose, and there is evidence or video evidence apparently of some of these things that are not supposed to be recorded, but apparently there's a recording of them in the 80s, 90s, whatever, where people are literally, they're their face is literally, transforming into some weird thing, and the voice and the crazy strength they have and all that stuff. So it seems like those movies are basing off something, but they don't want to say. It's like they don't want to say it's real because it's not. You're not supposed to tape these things, but yet
Mhm.
there's strict admission to say, okay, we're gonna actually send a priest out who's certified that can do this exorcism.
But
And to
don't you
me, that
think
sounds like it's Go ahead.
don't you think they should just do it? Like, just do the exercise. Like, I think it doesn't hurt anything.
Right.
It's not like they're cutting them or they're doing anything wrong to them. They're praying over them and throwing holy water on them. It's not like it would hurt somebody who isn't possessed to get it done. But I think a lot of people may be missed and have some type of demonic attachment that can't get an exorcism. So I'd rather it just be, if you think you need an exorcism, call a priest. You know what I'm saying?
And call Jesus. That's the
Yeah,
best.
call Jesus. But
Yeah.
you know what I mean? Like, they shouldn't have jump through all the hoops to get one, is what I'm
Yeah,
trying to say.
I think it's a big fraud, to be honest with you. The whole Catholicism, the antics they're pulling.
I mean, do you believe in the
Scribe,
whole thing with the voodoo, like the voodoo stuff with the Azrael stuff?
Yeah, I don't go near any of that. I don't go
yeah.
near any. Like, I do believe there's something
Can
to
I
it.
show Gauss Newton now?
Oh,
Oh,
okay.
sorry.
Yeah,
No, go ahead.
yeah. I need to wrap this. Yeah, I need to wrap it up soon. But yeah, go ahead, show them that real quick, and then we'll continue the thing real quick, and then I gotta wrap it up. But yeah,
Yeah.
just do it real
Well,
quick.
well, I mean, Scribe, if Asperun wants to show me something, I think he could tell it to me backstage.
Yeah.
Okay, fine.
Actually,
Yeah, I
that's
don't know how
probably
long
I
better.
really
everything
enjoyed
is.
you
Yeah.
being here. I hope you have me on your panel. I'd love to come on your panel.
Sure, we get a little wild over there sometimes. We don't stay on topic all the time, but
Oh, absolutely.
I try. I
Oh, I
try.
really enjoyed your information, and I hope you have me on. I like to try and get on
Sure.
there, ask more questions. I'd love to.
Do you allow people on your show that have no paranormal skill whatsoever, but are just like open minded?
Yeah. I mean, we talk a lot about the Mandela effect, so if you guys don't know that,
Oh yeah.
you know, that's where I come from, a Mandela affected community. So that's where I started my YouTube thing about 2016. So, not my channel, but I started going on panels and talking to people on YouTube in 2016. Started my own channel last year. So we talk a lot about the Mandela effects, all different things, but it's mainly all supernatural stuff.
Oh, that sounds interesting. That really sounds interesting. Definitely.
Yeah, same here.
Okay,
I think it
guys.
sounds interesting.
So I'm sorry I got you confused with MD. I just was calling him Max on my stream, but I apologize. It was nice to meet you.
Oh, it's happened more than you know. It's like we're both on, and I keep telling this guy, look, I'm Scribe, he's MD, and he still keeps calling. But yeah, you've been doing very well in the stream. I mean, you've answered a lot of things that we ponder, we wonder about, and there's evidence of this stuff scientifically, and then people want to say, oh, it's just whatever. But when you add all these things up, it's like we're living in something completely different than what we're being told.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
And most people just go along with it. And I'm just like, I can't do that. I need to search more, at my own detriment, So it's just, the truth is powerful like that. It's a lonely road, saying earlier, but at the same
This
time,
is the
it's
avenue to
fulfilling.
take, the spiritual. That's you can't exclude that from the answer.
And thank you, Scribe, for having me on. I appreciate it.
Oh, no problem. Always welcome. I mean, the fact that MD sought you out, that says a big
Everybody there?
deal. Because,
Whoops, I lost
yeah,
connection.
you hear me?
Yes. I can
Okay.
hear
Yeah, the fact he saw you out, on that, he doesn't do that very often. So that says a lot right there. But I guess I'm only being heard by certain people. But yeah, do you want to end off with anything?
you. And just I see you guys on my stream, and I would like to come back sometime.
Well, please come back
Maybe on
anytime.
pen.
Please come back, and I'll be going on your stream. I'll be watching your stream on this Friday. So, looking forward to it.
Thank you guys.
Yeah,
I'm
but-
gonna say good night.
Yeah, nice meeting you, Golden.
Goodbye.
Have a good
Yeah.
night. Thank you.
Definitely, it's our pleasure. You have a good night.
Goodbye. Good night.
No, good night.
All right, I'm going to end the stream, and then Asvern can show his thing. I'm sorry.
That came out wrong.
What are you going to show us, Ashley?
But yeah.
No, he asked
Oh,
me
yeah.
regarding